The day Uncle decided to visit the Uchiha family was the day I was scared of for a while. I couldn't understand why he just didn't go the next day, but why now? I asked myself, even though I was the one who tried long and hard to convince Uncle not to talk to them about what I told him, but does he listen to me? No, Tilda. We waited for someone to answer after we had knocked. It took some time, and finally Makoto-san finally came welcoming us in. The grown-ups started talking. Uncle waited for Fugaku-san, but I didn't pay much attention to them because I turned my senses up searching for a certain Uchiha. Where is he? I peeked through some rooms before. What are you doing here? Sasuke-kun asked, somewhat annoyed, as he walked towards me, looking like he just got up. You see, the whole month our families spent together has brought us really close, and in the process me and Sasuke-kun we have developed, what's is that called? I read it in books, oh yes, a love-hate relationship. But that day, maybe it was just me, but I felt he was being a little extra mean. I can be here if I want, I retorted. Whatever, he pouted, turning around and showing a lot of attitude. What's gotten into him today? Sasuke-kun. Stop being a baby and let's go play. I pulled him by the arm, taking him to the backyard. Okay. He gave me a forced smile. We took a good hour and a half before coming back in. Like I said, he was being mean. I took a glance at Sasuke-kun's hair. It was a mess and I don't know why, but I wanted it. It looked so soft and smooth. I was jealous. All my hair is curly, but still not that curly. I pulled some loose strands, observing them closely. Sasuke-kun's hair is flawless, even when it's messy. Hey, Sasuke-kun, can I play with your hair? She asked pretty excitedly. He gave me a strange look, his eyebrows raised. He looked kinda nervous too, or was it just his annoyed face? No. Ooh. Why not? Please, 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 please. I begged. No. He stepped back from me. Why not? I whined, folding my arms. Why do you want to play with my hair? He was getting very defensive over it. That was enough, Sasuke. I chased after him, just for fun. We ran all over the house. He obviously was looking for someone to hide behind. Little did he know, no one can save him from me. I let out a sinister laugh, which I think scared him. He ran faster. I stopped running when I heard father's name coming from one of the rooms. I placed my ear near the door to have a better listen. Are you and Toshio planning a coup? Uncle asked in a very serious tone. Hideyoshi, what are you talking about? You know me well enough to know I truly don't take any heed to such matters, but this involves a lot more than just me. It involves your family, my family, and if it's true, the whole of Konohagakure. Hideyoshi, you don't understand the situation. I understand it well enough and I can care less, but this is something that can't be ignored. Lives may be at stake. I can't sit here and pretend I never heard anything. Who told you this? Who told me is not important. What is important is whether what I heard and found out are true or not. My friend, if you want the truth, then here it is. We were going to plan a coup and we were going to inform you, but the timing of everything never seemed right. And my brother, he offered his shinobian services to fight along with us if the need be. But I will tell you when the timing presents itself. We will require you to remain ready. You don't have to fight with us, but we hope it's neither against us. He paused for a little bit, then continued, that is if we plan such an attack. I was trying to get in closer to hear properly when, what are you doing? I jolted back in surprise. Nai-san. He looked down at me with half-lidded eyes and smiled. Were you eavesdropping on the grown-ups' conversation? I could feel a sweat drop on the side of my forehead. Nai-san, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I decided to change the subject. It's better than answering it. Come on, Nai-san, we have to look for Sasuke-kun. I pulled him with me, searching the house for Sasuke-kun. We finally found him lying on Makoto-san's lap. He's such a baby, I mumbled to myself. You know, we should leave him alone, he looks tired. I said, grabbing tightly to Nai-san's hand and walking to the backyard. Then what do you want to do? I don't know. You're probably tired too. You and your missions and all. We sat down on the grassy ground. It was almost evening, but the sun still shone so brightly you couldn't have told the time just by looking outside. The joys of summer, I guess. Actually, I'm fine. There is something I want to ask you though. I turned to look at him, he looked worried. He didn't look back at me, he just gazed into the distance. Is it about your wounds? He finally tuned to me and smiled. No, actually I wanted to ask you what happened to you the day back in Konoha. You just disappeared. Where did you go off to? I should be asking you that same question, I snapped. You're the one that went wandering off to who knows where, leaving me behind alone. I said with an angry pout and sad eyes. And if you must know, I first went to look around the place. When I came back you were gone. Now who has to explain themselves? I declared, and it was my right to. Folding my arms I looked away. Actually, that's a good question. Where were you? She asked, narrowing my eyes at him. Here and there. I met up with a friend and we began chatting. He said casually. That's all. That's it. Fine, this time I'll let you off with a warning. I threatened. Dropping the subject, I smiled at Nii-san. So, how is it in Konoha? What do you mean? Like how was everything when you first started out? I've been meaning to ask, you know, because I will be going there in a couple of years. Classes were boring. The academy was boring. They do teach you a lot you may not already know, but it didn't interest me all. And when you became a genin. They start most genins with D-rank missions. So, yeah, being a genin can only be interesting if you have the skill to go on a higher ranked mission, otherwise you're doomed as a shinobi. They are mostly chores. C rank aren't that interesting either. So no fighting, huh? No. I guess not, but most would be glad just be considered a genin to really care about the missions they go on. I don't think I would care about rankings. As long as you give me good missions to work on, I think I'll be happy. The good missions are the toughest. You're too delicate. I don't think you'll be able to handle it. Nii-san, don't joke like that. I'm strong. I reassured him. I felt insulted, but more determined to do better, and I haven't even started yet. I'm going to start right now. I got up, at least I tried before Nii-san set me back down. What's wrong? He kissed me on my forehead, then ruffled my hair. Don't get too excited. You don't want to overdo your training before you even enter the academy. What will be left for the other kids? Well, if they want some recognition, they should train harder. Being a shinobi is not a piece of cupcake. Why no? You mean cake? No, cupcake, turning to Nii-san with a bright smile. Speaking of cupcakes dash, I let my expression fall. I wanted him to notice my sadness. Mia-chan, what's wrong? He sounded worried. Sasuke-kun was being really rude to me. I spat with my arms crossed. What does that have to do with cupcakes? Nii-san, don't distract me with cupcakes. He was being really mean. What did you do? What did I do? What did I do? I was completely insulted. I didn't do anything wrong, and now here I am, being accused by sweet Nii-san. Why Nii-san? Why? So Sasuke just snapped at you for no reason, huh? Exactly. Are you sure you didn't do anything? Well, I did ask if I could touch his hair. His hair? Nii-san raised a brow. Yes, his hair, but I don't think that's it. Why not? Because he was being really grumpy before I even asked him that. He sighed. Fine then, I'll talk to Sasuke if that's what you'd like. Yes, please. I smiled and hugged him. We went on and on. Well, I went on and on. I asked him more about Konoha and the ranks and the missions. But I wasn't sure I wanted to go. I saw how Nii-san would leave his family for many days before coming back to see them. How could I do that to Uncle? He'd be lost without me. Then I remembered, Nii-san, what does ku mean? Sasuke, what's wrong with you? What did I do? Mia said you were being mean to her. She wanted to touch my hair. Yeah, she told me. She's little. She must like it. I'm not letting her touch my hair, Nii-san. Fine, but she also said you were being rude when you two played today. It's just not fair. I see her and everything she can do, and she's smaller than me and a girl. How can I not be stronger? She just got better from her injuries and it's like nothing ever happened to her. Sasuke, are you forgetting? She's an Akarusa. They start training from the moment they can talk. Why didn't anyone train me? We do things differently in our family. We like to baby the kids for as long as we can. Besides, you train with me and Mom, right? Not like she does. Well, until you turn 8, this is as much as we'll train you. Why? Because you're the baby of the house. Why do I have to be the baby? I can't answer that, Sasuke, but you have to promise me you won't be mean to her, okay? I can't promise that. How about this, instead of looking at this negatively? Why not be a little positive? Why don't you ask her to help you with some new jutsus? She's little, she looks up to you. I'm sure she would be more than glad to help you. Nii-san, that's not making me feel any better. What do you want me to say, Sasuke? I don't know. How about this? Even though Anomiya is stronger than you now, that doesn't stop you from getting stronger later. When it really counts. Besides, you would be happy to know boys are always stronger than girls. So maybe not now, but someday. Itachi poked Sasuke on his forehead. Now do you feel better? A little. Sasuke pouted, lowering his eyes and looking away from Itachi. What's wrong now? It's just the way she is. It's strange. She's 5. Besides, we all our own type of strange. She's not strange. Crazy is more like it. Sasuke, same thing, we all our own kind of crazy. Nobody is normal in this world because no one person is the same. Okay. Why don't you go to bed? It's getting late and we'll figure this out tomorrow. That night Fugaku-san went to meet the other clan members. So what? One of the Uchihas said. She's just a little girl, who would believe her, said another ninja. Fugaku replied, it seems her uncle already has. Do you really think she knows anything? I'm not sure, but we have to keep an eye on her. We can't go on with the attack, not now, Fugaku said. Why not? We've been through this for years. I had a talk with Hideyoshi and he didn't seem too keen on the idea. In any case, if we continue now, we would unnecessarily be getting the Akarusas involved. Toshio understands how politics works. Hideyoshi is a simple, honest businessman and a good friend. He can't even begin to understand our views. Fugaku stated. But what if we GT attacked first? For now we have to be on the defense. There's nothing more we can do, said Fugaku. For how long? Long enough for them to forget. Knowing my friend, he will do some more research before confronting us further. Fugaku said, lounged back in his chair, looking deep in thought. How long, Fugaku? We'll have to see, let the matter die down. So a couple of weeks, asked another. No, I would have to say years, or until they make the first move. Then not only would we be able to go for a full-on attack, but we would also gain the advantage of having the Akarusas on our side, Fugaku said. Years, that seems too long, but I guess you're right. We won't be able to take them on, along with the Akarusas. So it's settled, we will stay on the defense until a proper opportunity presents itself. Fugaku declared. The next day, Itachi went to Konohagakure. He needed to inform someone of what he knew. Danzo-sama, it will be impossible to do anything right now. Why's that? You must have heard of our special residence in the compound. Yes, what's your point? I think they know. Them knowing or looking further into the situation would only put Konoha at greater risk. Are you done? Hokage-sama, Itachi bowed before the Hokage, who had just interrupted the meeting between the Uchiha and Danzo. What's this I hear? What are you planning, Danzo? Nothing, my lord. I should hope not. From now on, Danzo, I won't have you speak to this boy here. You have no command over him. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Uchiha Itachi, the same for you. Now leave. You are excused to go back to your regular duties. I will have Sasuke's hair yet. Where do they get maple syrup from? Ku is such a silly word, it's like an cuckoo bird sound, like ku tilde ca ku tilde. I thought such silly things before I snuggled into my blanket. I closed my eyes to go to sleep. Ku is so silly. Now, tell me what you think. I asked, handing Sasuke-kun the mirror. Why do you have to do this? He whined. He was complaining about me messing with his hair, but to tell you the truth, I think he looked good. Just look, I commanded. Not bad. Now leave me alone, he said with the least emotions. I sat down straight in front of him. Do you really like it? She asked happily. It's okay, he said, tossing the mirror to his side. Good enough for me, I grinned. I got up to find a traveling bag. Where did I put it? So that's all you know? No. I can put ribbons and a ponytail on you too, I offered, pulling out some ribbons from the drawer and waving it in front of me. He shook his head and sighed. Not what I meant. I'm talking about the jutsus. No. These are pretty easy. Just remember. Focus. Believe you me, you'll get them in no time, I reassured him. I turned my attention to packing my things. My purse was hanging to my side when I suddenly felt a tug. Sasuke-kun, what's CHA doing? I turned my head over my shoulder to see what he was doing. He was digging through my purse. Looking for something, he replied. Oh, okay. I carried on in packing my stuff. Where are you going? Sasuke-kun asked as he chewed on one of the candies from my bag. Our uncle is taking me to our home village. You know, to visit relatives. When are you coming back? He asked, sitting, legs crossed on the floor pillow. Not sure. I shrugged my shoulders. Where is it? I think it's somewhere in the land of eclipse. You haven't been there before? No, I haven't. Few minutes later. What's in this box? He hovered himself over a small wooden box on the floor. I turned to look. My jewelry box, of course. You don't wear jewelry, he said, like he knew me so well. But it's true, I never wore jewelry. It's just that I like to collect them. There was one thing in that box that I was completely possessive of though. Mia-chan, what's this? Sasuke-kun asked, holding up my most prized possession. Be careful with that, I said, gently taking it away from him. So what is it? A charm bracelet. Uncle gave it to me as a gift the day I was born. It was obviously too big for me to wear, and obviously it still is. It's made of gold and silver, small chain running between the bracelet itself. There aren't any charms on it. They are all in this box. I stretched to pull out the box from behind the desk. That's a lot of charms, he said, wide-eyed. Yep, the whole box was full of charms. Charms are so pretty, so I collect them. Why haven't you put any on it yet? I took the jewelry box from Sasuke-kun's hands and began looking through it. Here it is. Look. I held up my favorite charm for Sasuke-kun to see. It's the Akarusa symbol. Yeah, it's a charm. I giggled, holding it close in my palm. This would be one of the 3 charms I decide to put on that charm when it fits. One of 3. Yes, I've decided when I'm able to wear this charm, I'll place 3 charms on it during the same time. Why 3? I like odd numbers. Oh, he began looking in the charm box. Looking at each of my charms. So, which other 2 are you going to use? None from that box. I want the other 2 charms to be perfect and meaningful. Sasuke-kun just looked at me, then gently took the charm bracelet from me. He was observing it. Meaningful. The Akarusa symbol holds meaning to me. It reminds me who I am. I want the other 2 to do the same. Mitsuki. Sasuke. Uncle called out to us. We both turned our heads towards the door. I guess it's time to go. Come on, Sasuke-kun, let's show Uncle your new hairstyle. Uncle looked at Sasuke's hair. I see. Uncle looked surprised, happy, surprised. Did you do this? He asked, ruffling my hair. Yes, I said proudly. Very good, Mitsuki. Uncle bent to Sasuke's level to tell him something in his ear. You can change it back when we leave, he whispered. Uncle. So, this is the gate to our village? Yes, Mitsuki. Isn't it kinda big? The wooden gate stood so tall between two mountain sides, blocking us or anyone from entering. That's what gates are for, I guess. The gates had some beautiful designs on it. Swirly and curvy, and it was just beautiful. So how do we get in? I asked, knocking at the wooden gate, thinking they might answer if I did. Watch. Uncle closed his eyes and concentrated, calmly breathing in the fresh mountain air. Suddenly I noticed a bright light coming from his hand. What's going on? Uncle, what's happening to your hand? That Mitsuki is called chakra. He placed his hand on the door and his chakra began to flow all through the designs. Beautiful. I stood there amazed by what I was seeing. The swirls and curves moved, unlocking the gate like the turns of a dial. Uncle, how did you do that? You can do it too. He beamed a smile at me. Really? How? All you have to do is place your left hand on the door and move your chakra to it. I did as Uncle told me. I didn't see my chakra like he held it in his hands, but the gate did react to my chakra when I put my hand on it. The gate finally opened, revealing so much green and buildings, houses, shops. People. My people. My family. Before we could really go inside, we were stopped by two guards. Hideyoshi-san, may I ask you the purpose of your visit? One of the guards asked, bowing to Uncle. To visit family, of course, he smiled. Miya-san has come with you. Yes, her parents are out of the country, so they left her in my care. Very well. Can we go in now? I asked, excited to look around and meet relatives. I really didn't know who my relatives were. Yes, my little Mitsuki. We walked a little bit inside before Uncle stopped to sit on a bench. He can't be tired already. Uncle, what's wrong? Are you tired? Actually, there's something I forgot to do, he said, looking in his bag as he talked to me. And what's that? This? He said, pulling out a small knife. Uncle. Are we eating apples? Did you bring apples? I asked, pulling myself up onto the big bench. I can use a little snack. Let me see. I looked over to Uncle's bag, trying to reach for it when Uncle took my hand. Where's the apples? Oh. He poked me with the knife. Uncle, I'm bleeding. Make it stop. Make it stop. I said, shaking my hand frantically. Mitsuki Tilda, it's just a little blood and you know it didn't hurt that much. Uncle, you opened my hand to diseases. What if one attacks? I read that several germs can attack your body through small cuts like this, Uncle. What to do? Uncle, heal it, please. I couldn't look. I turned away from the terrible cut. Wincing my hand. It was pulling itself away. Mitsuki, hold still. Okay. I looked over to my palm to see what he was doing. Uncle, I know there's a saying, draw blood, but I don't think they mean draw with blood. Thinking about it, no. Nope. I don't think that's what they mean. I shook my head. Mia, you have such a tiny hand, please stop moving, dear. First tell me what you're doing. There. Done. He said, giving me back my hand. He drew a weird drawing in it with my blood. It looked kinda nice. Uncle, this was a strange time to start drawing. It's not a drawing, dear. He said, handing me an apple. I took it with my other hand because I didn't want to get blood on my food, plus the drawing would ruin. Uncle got up from the seat and began carrying me. All the while I didn't take my eyes off the drawing. What is this? I took a bite of the apple. It's a seal. A seal? I asked, taking another bite into the apple. Yes, dear, a seal. Can you please explain? Well, we use seals to block, stop or contain certain flows of chakra. The seal I made on your palm will stop anyone from detecting your chakra. Oh, Tilda. Detecting. Explain. Sensing. We reached a cute little home, which Uncle had somehow gotten the keys to. He opened the door to the house was full of furniture and everything a house would have. I took a few minutes to look around before asking, "Uncle, whose house is this?" "It's ours, of course." "So we have two houses?" I asked, still eating my apple. Uncle started laughing. His laughter echoed through the empty house. Honestly, I didn't understand what was so funny. My little Mitsuki. Why don't you go and put your stuff in that room over there?" He pointed towards the second last room in the corridor. I nodded my head. It took my things to that room. While I was unpacking, I heard a knock at the front door. Then I heard people talking. I peeked to see who it was. "There she is, Mitsuki, come over here and greet your cousins." "Cousins? I have cousins." I was kind of blank on the matter. Like, how were they my cousins if Uncle didn't have any kids? Or did he? "Hi, I'm Noemi," a sweet-looking girl said. Her pretty brown hair was so straight and long. I was so jealous. She was so pretty. "I'm Ryu," the boy, who was obviously older than the girl, said. He was okay looking, I guess. I mean, how are you supposed to judge him? He had short hair like most boys I met, except for Ni-san, of course. A face like most human being boys, and everything that come with it. 2 hands, 2 legs, a nose, ears, eyes. Yep, that was Ryu. "Hideyoshi-san, may we take her with us? I'm sure she'll be delighted to get acquainted with her village. You should ask her if she would to go with you," Uncle replied. I noticed their expressions. They seemed a little surprised, but that soon faded. "Mia-chan, do you want to come with us?" my cousin, Noemi, asked, stretching out her hand. Turning towards Uncle, he nodded, then back at Noemi-san. "Okay." Excitedly, I put on my sandals and got ready to go. My cousins took me out into the village. We went to the big, beautiful, green park, where I played on the swings, the slides, the monkey bars. Even Noemi-san joined in. She seemed really sweet. So did Ryu, but he didn't talk much. Then they took me to the area where there are shops, stores, and places to eat. We went to get some lunch. They wanted to sit there and eat, but there was too much for me to see, so I convinced them that we'll eat on the go. They reluctantly agreed. I swallowed the last chunk of food. "Everyone here is all our family. Mia-chan, it isn't proper to talk while you eat." Noemi-san tried explaining. "Let her be," Ryu-san interrupted. "What did I tell you about talking?" she scolded. "Come, Mia-chan." He grabbed my hand and transported us somewhere different. "Where's Noemi-san?" I looked left and right and left, continuously. There was no sight of her. "She's still in the marketplace," he explained. "What's she doing there?" "Let's go get her," I declared, heading for a direction I really didn't know where I was going. "Mia-chan," he said. I stopped and turned to face him. "Yes." "She's a wet blanket. Don't you want your visit to be exciting?" "Ryu-san, can I say something that I felt needed to be said? I just got a weird feeling about him." "Of course, dear. You can tell me anything. You're very creepy," I declared plainly. "I'm going back to Noemi-san." Sad thing was, I had no idea where I was, and for some strange reason, I couldn't sense anyone. I ended up at a huge building. It was beautiful. It had the crescent, curved like a C, where the top nearly touched the dome of the tower. "This is where secrets are kept," Ryu-san said, suddenly appearing at my side, which caused me to take a step back. "Secrets? What kind of secrets?" I was still startled by his sudden appearance. "You know, secrets that can cause the world to crumble beneath our feet, or anyone's for that matter, who are fortunate enough to get a hold of them. The Uchiha," Noemi-san said, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. "Let's go, you two." She pulled on Ryu-san's ear until we got back to town. I never saw someone do that before. Come to think of it, it's pretty funny to watch it happen. "You never answered my question," I said. Their attention turned towards me. "All these people are our family, right?" "No, not all of them," Noemi-san said. "Mia, this is just a village, like any other. Only different is only certain clans are allowed to be here, though." Our family is the only one allowed to live in the village, whereas the rest have different compounds, like they have in Konohagakure. Why are only some clans allowed and not all? Well, this will be hard to explain. The Yakurusas are only allowed to marry into the inner family. What's the inner family? Well, the founding father of the Yakurusas had siblings, and the inner family are those siblings' descendants. Oh, wait, if we can only marry. If we can only marry someone from the inner family, then doesn't that make us all related anyways? I shouldn't have told you this. How do I explain this to you? Noemi-san was obviously very tense about the topic. It's because they are allowed to fuck anyone they want. Unlike our sorry family's restrictions. Noemi-san looked at Ryu-san with huge wide eyes. That expression suddenly turned to anger. Her face was red. I mean really red. Ryu. Go. Just go before I do something I'll regret. Regret? You already have plenty of those. He grinned before puffing away. He's so creepy. Noemi-san, what does that word mean? Nothing. Don't listen to a word he says. He's a spoiled little brat who thinks just because he's part of the special ops, he can do and say whatever he wants. Noemi-san kept going on how she thinks her brother is such a disgrace to the family. His behavior is good only in front of the elders. She also said something about making him pay. I wondered for what, and I asked her too, but she seemed to be complaining to herself. So I didn't try anymore. We were walking back to Uncle's house when suddenly, oh. Watch where you're going. A boy said rudely. When he turned to face me, there was only one thing I noticed. His eyes. His eyes had set different from everyone else's. They were beautiful. His black hair only made him look that much cuter. Hey look guys. It's the village murderer, he said, laughing it up with his friends. Murder? Tell me, how did you do it? I mean, you must had some hate in you, or was it just for fun? He grinned at me. At that moment, whatever I thought I felt for him instantly vanished. My eyes began to water up. I didn't stay there for a second longer. I ran. But didn't get far because before I knew it I was covered in mud. They made me fall in mud using a jutsu. I could hear their laughter become louder, but I didn't look back. I could hear them calling me more names. Noemi-san came to my side and helped me up, scolding them while doing so. I'm going to tell your parents if you don't leave this instant, she warned. Who do you think told us what she did? I heard the blue-eyed boy's voice say. They laughed louder. Come Mia, let's get you cleaned up. Mia the murder. Sort of fits, doesn't it? Muddy Mia. Ha, good one. You guys crack me up. I clumsily got to my feet and started for the house. I hosed myself down in the backyard. I went back inside and waited for Uncle to come back. I couldn't stop my tears from falling. I didn't think I could ever be hurt so bad without getting hit or physically hurt. This hurts more. Uncle didn't come back until nighttime. I ran crying into his arms. Mitsuki, what's wrong? Uncle asked. Some mean kids started making fun of me and calling me names and blaming me for stuff I didn't do. Wait, did you call me Mitsuki again? I just remembered how much I didn't like that name. He calls me it all the time, even when I tell him not to. Mitsuki, please stop crying, come with me. Uncle picked me up, wiping my tears, and we headed outside to the starry night. Uncle pointed at the sky and said, look up there, Mia, what do you see? Huh? I see the sky, stars and sea clouds. Do you notice anything missing? Missing the moon. That's right, the moon. You know the moon goes through different phases. The night and each phase of the moon are like symbols. The moon's presence itself, it's like a symbol. Symbol of what? You can say in a way a life. Of life. Yes, take your own problem right now, for example, you feel upset on the fact that you've been teased. You must always understand that darkness cannot exist without light. Everything has a good and bad. You look into the sky and see nothing but darkness in most part, but then there's the moon shining brightly in all this darkness, Mia. He looked at me with hope and a smile on his face. You have to be like the moon, keep shining wherever there may be darkness. The stars are the little joys that I know you appreciate and care for, so do not ever let anyone or anything bring you down, and if you do get upset for any reason, remember, the worst thing that can happen is if you let it keep you down. Me, you have to be the moon of your own darkness. The glowing lantern of the shadows, not only guiding yourself but also others. Do you understand, Mitsuki? I stared intensely at the night sky. Yes, I understand. Wait, nothing. I though for a second, but uncle, there's no moon out tonight. Who needs the moon? I have you, Mitsuki. Uncle hugged me tight in his arms. He refused to let go. I'm sleepy. So please let go. I struggled to get free. No. Uncle, please, Tilda. You have to promise me something first. What? Promise me you'll be that light. I look so pretty, I said, twisting and twirling in front of the full-length mirror. You always do. Noemi-san smiled at me as she adjusted the pins in my hair. Now, Raya, you'll be standing there waiting for the bride. My love drop. Raya, what did I tell you? I said if you agree to do this, I won't tell mother and father about your recent antics. Now stand there quietly and look happy. Noemi threatened her brother to obey. Noemi-san, 4 days, has been dressing me and Raya-san as bride and groom. She says she wants her wedding to be perfect, so she's preparing how she wants her wedding to be, while using me and Raya-san as her little puppets. I'm just in it for the pretty dresses and kimonos which I get to keep. She made them herself. Raya-san, on the other hand, is being blackmailed into the whole thing. Noemi-san says she wants to be a designer when she's older, and I believe her. She has a lot of talent. She herself, however, was wearing a big fluffy coat the other day, which kinda made her look like a squirrel. I didn't want to say anything, but her dad gave her a funny nickname because of it. Raya-san has given me a strange nickname ever since we started dress-up. I still find him somewhat weird. We were about to reenact the wedding for the 11th kabillion time when we suddenly heard the doorbell ring. I'll get it. Raya-san rushed out of the room. He probably wasn't going to answer the door. He just wanted an excuse to get away from his sister. He told me himself. He loves his sister, but she's, and I quote, a control freak who gets whatever she wants. End quote. Noemi-san is no different. They are siblings and I know they love each other, but they really can't stand each other 97% of the time. Well, Noemi-san told me not to talk to Raya-san because he's a bad influence. This was after she told me the word that he said that day was a very bad word. She told me never to say it. Ever. As Raya-san left, I continued admiring myself in the mirror. You'll make a really pretty bride one day. Noemi-san told me, giving me a closed-eye smile. Through the reflection in the mirror I could see someone was at the door. My eyes went wide. What is he doing here? I pouted, getting really upset. The boy from town made his way up to us. He was wearing Raya-san's tie. So you're here too? Don't dash. He looked at me with a scared expression. You know, wide eyes, jaw dropped. As I turned to face him, "You all look pretty." He muttered out. Where did you get this? Noemi-san grabbed to the tie and demanded to know. Raya-san said he needed a break. A break? He'll have his break. Where is he? She threatened. How should I know? The boy just shrugged his shoulders, least bothered by Noemi-san's threat. Eyes to Raya-san. Well, as long as you're here. Go stand over there and wait for Dash. I'm Dash, he tried to say before I cut him off. Don't even. I'm leaving. I stormed out of there. There was no way I was doing this with someone like him. This is not how I want my wedding to end. Noemi-san said. There goes my bride. While stepping down the stairs, I somehow managed to get cut on my palm. I pressed them both together to try to stop the pain. Apply pressure on the wound, that's what they say. By the time I got to where Uncle was, I noticed a couple other people sitting on the opposite couch. Before asking Uncle to leave, I went to bow and greetings before them, holding my hands together as I did so I don't get any blood on the kimono I was wearing. There's blood on your hands. the women declared with a side grin. You know, dear, once you get blood on your hands, it's terribly hard to wash it off. At first I didn't understand, but then I remembered that blue-eyed boy said his parents told him I murdered someone. That moment made me want to snatch my hands away from her, but I didn't. That wouldn't have been proper. She finally let go. My eyes were glued to the floor as I went to whisper in Uncle's ear, "I want to go home, please." I begged. It must have been the way I said it because I could hear the pain in my voice. It would be hard for Uncle not to notice. "I'm sorry, everyone," Uncle said while getting up from his seat, "but we have to leave. You see, this little one is a bit tired." With that said, I immediately headed out the door. We were back home, but I wanted to leave that instant. I almost had a fit, which I admit I never did before. I couldn't stand being there, and after a lot of convincing and begging and tears, I managed to finally convince Uncle that we should back to the fire country that night. When we finally got back, it wasn't that late, so we invited Mikoto-san, Fugaku-san, and Sasuke-kun over. Uncle managed to whip something up and we had a whole nice dinner. "So you leave for a week and come back with this?" he said, raising a brow at my clothes. "What? Do I look that bad?" "It's not dash. It's just, or forget it." He huffed to the side, but I think he blushed. What is he embarrassed about? I don't know why, but I could felt my cheeks heat up. "Do I look pretty, Sasuke-kun?" "Leave me alone," he started casually walking away from me. "Oh, come on. Tell me." After everyone telling me that I did. I wanted to know if Sasuke-kun thought the same. He ended up next to his mom, Mama Dash. "Mikoto-san, I'm just asking him how I look in this." "You look beautiful, dear." "Thank you," I smiled and took the seat next to her. Sasuke-kun sat on the opposite side of her. I began straightening my kimono because it became wrinkly and weird when I pulled myself up to sit. "You look pretty," I could hear Sasuke-kun murmur loud enough for both me and Mikoto-san to hear. I looked up at her and she smiled. I returned the smile. Then slightly leaned over Mikoto-san to see Sasuke-kun. "Was that so hard?" I teased. "We should be going now. It's getting late." Fugaku-san said. "Hideyoshi, thank you so much for the dinner. We all are happy to have you back." She turned to me and gently pinched my cheeks, "Especially you, Mia. Make sure you come over tomorrow. I have a new recipe I want to try with you." "Okay," I gleed. "Bye, Sasuke-kun." "Bye," he said, not even looking at me. Everyone was about to leave out the door when, "We need to get him to a bed quick. He's been poisoned." Nii-san. Nii-san apparently got poisoned while on a mission. That day everyone left everything they had to make sure Nii-san recovers from his illness. Uncle took a leave from work. Mikoto-san worried 24/7. Sasuke-kun and I didn't leave his sight, not for a second. We both were worried about Nii-san. Sasuke looked extra upset. So all through the days I had to take care of Sasuke-kun from losing any hope because Nii-san was poisoned really bad. Thank goodness Nii-san got better and life went back to normal. A year passed on and a new incident came. Nii-san got accused of murdering Shisui, his best friend. It made no sense. Me and Sasuke-kun didn't accept any of it. We knew Nii-san couldn't and wouldn't do something like that, especially to his best friend. Well, after what happened, Nii-san wasn't really himself anymore. He grieved a lot. He distanced himself from almost everyone. We didn't know why and he didn't tell. On a brighter note, a couple of days ago was my birthday. It was the most amazing day ever. Nii-san acted like himself, mostly. We had a small gathering. When it came time for presents, normally I open presents when everyone leaves, but Sasuke-kun insisted that I open his. It was the most thoughtful and amazing gift he ever gave me so far. Today I woke up bright and early. Went into the kitchen and started mixing the things for the celebration we were having today. Uncle eventually woke up and helped me with everything. We were baking like crazy. I had frosting all over my face and hands and Uncle was covered with flour. I don't think we ever made such a huge mess in the kitchen, ever. We got everything ready, took a bath, got dressed and headed out. He's finally done it, I said smiling, sitting on top of Uncle's shoulders. We were on our way to see the Uchihas. Nii-san's birthday was just around the corner, but due to an upcoming mission getting in the way, his family along with my uncle thought it best to celebrate it a little early. When we got to the doorstep, Uncle gave me the things to hold and lifted me over his head to put me down. Mikoto-san answered the door, and after greeting her properly, "Hi everyone, I made this cake all by myself to celebrate, right Uncle?" I turned to Uncle so he can agree. "Yes, of course." He gave me a closed-eye smile, then addressed Mikoto-san. "Mikoto, where's Itachi? I haven't seen him around lately, not after he came to Mia's birthday. And he's around here somewhere. He hasn't been acting like himself lately." Mikoto-san replied. She seemed concerned about him. I mean, we all were, but she's his mother, she's probably way more concerned than any of us. "I'll find him," I volunteered. I looked around outside. He was sitting by the big tree. After a little bit of convincing, I pretty much forcefully brought him inside to admire the cake I made. Mikoto-san had made a big feast for everyone. Honestly, all that food made my mouth water. I had always had the bad habit of eating way too much. I just loved to eat, and I loved the food Uncle and Mikoto-san made, and none of them seemed to mind. "Nii-san, what's wrong? Aren't you at least a little bit happy? You should enjoy the day." He wasn't paying any attention to me. I pulled at his sleeve. "You look more down than usual, what's wrong?" Nii-san didn't reply, he just got up and walked out back. I, of course, followed. I found him sitting near the tree again. He seemed to be deep in thought until... "I know what's wrong." "Yes, I do." I sat down next to him. Nii-san curiously turned facing me. Looks like I got his attention. I smiled. "So, what's wrong with me?" he asked with a thin smile and a hint of interest in his tone. "It's a girl, isn't it?" I raised a brow at him. "You like a girl and you don't know how to tell her, so you're getting all frustrated and always thinking. That's it, isn't it?" I grinned. I knew that had to be the reason. Nii-san gave me a look. He shook his head. "Really, a girl?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "That's the best you could think of." He smiled, then went on staring into the sky. "Well, it was either that or my next guess would have been you just killed someone. You know, being a ninja and all." I gave him a tight hug, then said, looking back up at him, "I liked my first guess better, so I asked it," I said smiling. "Mia Itachi?" "Mia and Itachi?" Sasuke-kun said, coming out of nowhere. "I don't like the sound of that. I would never let my brother like you. To be completely honest, I wouldn't like you either. Girls are gross," he declared like it was a fact. "Sasuke, firstly, I'm 7 and well, who said I would like you? And what do you mean girls are gross? And then secondly, how can you say that about me and Nii-san? You're gross," I declared with a pout. "I'm just saying." "Well, he's not really your Nii-san, you know. You know, Sasuke, you say a lot of things and I'm going to be the bigger person and ignore you." I pouted and folded my arms. "So what?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't care," he remarked. "Sasuke, Mia, stop fighting." "Okay," Nii-san said, trying to stop us. "I think we get on his nerves sometimes." "Fine," we both said together. "Hey Sasuke, you want to train with me?" I asked, getting up from the grassy ground and dusting the dirt off. "Sure." We started our usual training. We both were getting pretty good at this. Sasuke's mother has really been helping him train, and he learned some new techniques I didn't even know. Nii-san also would occasionally train Sasuke when he gets time. I spy on them. None of them notice. We took a short break. All through our training I kept wondering why Sasuke came up with something like that. "Sasuke, do you think I like Itachi like that?" "Like what?" "No," he said plainly. "Then why say something so defensive?" It took him a while to answer. "I heard something." "What?" "I won't tell. Okasan was talking to someone and she said that you would be a good match for her son. Meaning me or Itachi and dash. And you think? You think she means?" I bursted out laughing. I laughed and laughed. How can you even think something like that? Sasuke, Mikoto-san is probably talking about me being a good, I don't know, sparring matchup, or something like that. I doubt she meant what you think she did. I guess. Now let's get back to training, okay? After training we were pretty much exhausted. You're really getting good, Sasuke, I said, lying on my back to the ground. I know when you have a brother like mine you're only gonna get better, he said proudly. Nii-san still helps you with your training? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. You know, here and there. When he gets time. Sasuke sat up. Why do you train so hard? I sat up, crossed legs and just wondered. You asked this before, you know my answer. Mia, seriously. Why do you train so hard? He really wanted to know. I could tell by the way he said it. Fine. I'll tell you one reason, but you have to promise not to ask the other, okay? He nodded. My father, I think, secretly wanted a son. I think he thinks girls are weak, so I train hard to prove to him that I'm way better than any boy. No offense. Yeah, me too. I could hear say, under his breath. What? Nothing. You know, you're lucky to have such a great brother to help and support you, I said, looking up at the sky. Why couldn't I have an older sibling? Yeah, I am pretty lucky. He is. My face fell. I started to think about how my family was. Everyone hates me, everyone except uncle and maybe my cousins. A tear slid from my eye down my cheek. Mia, Sasuke said, sounding concerned. Yeah, I replied, plainly, but I still tried to pull up a smile. I'll make you a deal, he said. What kind of deal? It sounded interesting. I will promise to be there for you whenever you need me. To support you. Really? That brought a smile to my face. And what do I have to do in return? I asked, knowing Sasuke, he's nice, but I didn't think he would promise something like that without wanting something in return. Well, you just got to do the same, as well as teach me some of the jutsus you know. Nii-san and Okasan only teach me shuriken jutsus and some nen. I want to know more than that, so do we have a deal? Yeah. Of course. I jumped to my feet and took Sasuke by the hand. Let's go tell Nii-san. Okay, Sasuke nodded and agreed. We ran to Nii-san's room to tell him about our agreement. On hearing it, he seemed glad. So what are we going to do tomorrow? She asked Sasuke. Train. What else? Sasuke replied. Don't you think of anything else besides training? I pouted, arms on my hip. No. Mitsuki. Uncle's voice called out. Looking out the door like I could magically visualize Uncle there. Then turning back to Sasuke and Nii-san, I have to go now. While leaving I gave Sasuke a kiss on the cheek. I didn't think he'd mind. I was just so happy about our agreement and I gave Nii-san a huge hug. Bye. See you two tomorrow. I turned around to leave, then turned back to face Nii-san. I hope you solve your girl problem. I let out a giggle, then left. Sasuke just had a what is wrong with you kinda look. Me and Uncle made it home, safe and sound. Hurriedly, I got ready for bed. I put on one of my gowns. For some happy reason I started bouncing on the bed. Uncle came in to put me to sleep. He tucked me in and sat down next to me to tell me one of his famous bedtime stories. Tonight was the night. It was just about midnight when I snuck out to the meadow to go see the Selene flowers bloom. These flowers only blossom in the light of a full moon. I wanted to see these flowers bloom for a long time. Ever since I heard someone say it was like magic when they open up to reveal their crystal-like centers, the floral pearls that hang from each petal and up each whisker. I had no idea what they meant, but it sounded mesmerizing. I ran towards the meadow just outside the compound. I finally reached the beautiful place. The flowers looked like a white silk sheet over the grassy land. It's so beautiful. I made my way to the center and felt a huge energy coming from it. I wonder how long this will take. Few minutes later, the flower buds opened, like waking up from a long sleep. The dewdrop sprayed everywhere. Wow, is the word I managed to say as the air filled with small sparkles like glitter. I slowly touched the flowers in the middle. In return, the flower shook, spreading its blue pollen on my hand. It's so pretty. I sat there for a while. I couldn't take my eyes off the beautiful flowers. I was never able to see these flowers because of my bedtime. I heard so much about them. I only wondered the uses it could have in medicine, so I decided to bring some back so me and Uncle can see. I plucked 3 flowers. Yawn. I'm tired. This should be enough, at least until next month. Maybe Uncle and I can come here next month to watch together. Maybe we can invite Nai-san and Sasuke too. I was getting up to leave when all of a sudden a red veil gradually pulled itself over the flowers, over me, over everything. I looked up at the moon and my heart dropped. I felt like I couldn't breathe. Flashback. Uncle. Yes, my little Mitsuki. Uncle. I want to hear a story. What kind of story? I don't know. Surprise me. I said, jumping onto the bed. Okay, let me think. Uncle sat at the edge of the bed thinking. I got it. How about I tell you about our ancestors and our connection with the moon? The moon? Yes. Wait, what does ancestors mean? It means our family that has long left us. Like our great-great-grandparents. Oh. Okay, continue. You see, our ancestor was a very beautiful woman. She inherited a powerful gift that dash. Wait. What does inherited mean? I interrupted. How was I supposed to understand if I didn't know the meaning? It means something involuntarily given by a family member. Oh, Tilda, I still don't get it. Like a gift or something you got from your parents, like a talent. Oh, Tilda. Should I continue? Please do. I feel we are getting to the good part. Indeed. Well, one day she came across a young man, not much older than herself. They fell in love and lived happily ever after. The end. I pulled the sheets over my head. Great story, Uncle. Good night. That's not how the story ends. It's not. I peeked out from under the sheets. Mitsuki, you've been reading too many fairy tales. Though you are right, they did fall in love, but not immediately. Oh, so. How did they fall in love? That's a story for another night. Right now, let me continue where I left off. Let me see. Yes. Eventually they did fall in love, but her uncle disapproved of his niece from liking such a man. Forbidden love. Wait, her uncle disapproved. Uncle, if I fall in love, will you disapprove of it? Mitsuki, how old are you again? He grinned. Uncle, I'm just saying. You know, when I'm older, Tilda. No. Mitsuki, Uncle hugged me with one arm. Of course, you're allowed to love whoever you like. He smiled down at me. What if he's a criminal? Why would you like a criminal? Who knows what life is in store for me? So yes or no? I trust that won't be the case, Mia. We raised you well enough to know, even at this age, what's right and wrong. So, that's a no then. I giggled. Uncle shook his head. Too many fairy tales. May I continue, he said. I'm not going to stop you. Well, eventually they did get married. Many people knew about her gift and she, like everyone, knew how about her husband's reputation before she married him. Which was? Many people didn't like him. He was a strong fighter, however he had a reputation of killing. Ooh, this is getting good. After he met her, he changed for the better. He became a better person for her and because of her. She was his Tsuki. My eyes half lit. Uncle, not funny. I said. I was not amused. They got married. Had children and lived happily ever after. Uncle's voice turned serious as he continued, Mitsuki, you want to be a great kunoichi someday, no? No. I mean, yes. I corrected myself. There is one thing you'll have to remember then, if you choose the life of a ninja, there will be pain, sorrow and death following you the whole way. As a ninja, they may be inflicted to you or by you because in life there are no happily ever afters and you shouldn't expect it either. Uncle patted my head softly and smiled. I'm not saying you will never be happy, my Mitsuki, or you will never find happiness. All I'm saying is prepare yourself for the worst and pray for the best because everything in life, except for death, is uncertain. I looked down at my hands. Will it really hurt someone someday? Can I really do something like that? Slowly my eyes began to water. Just the thought of someone getting hurt because of me was enough to make me cry. I hugged Uncle tightly. I'm sorry. For what? He brought me up close to him. Do you want to hear the rest of the story? I nodded, still holding tightly to Uncle and my eyes still filled with tears. One day her husband and children went out. She was left at home, preparing their meal. During that time, some people visited her. Okay, let me cut in here, I forgot to mention something. When she got married, her uncle gave her a special stone as a gift. This stone was said to have great value. In what sense, no one ever found out, you'll see why. Now, she got visitors that were after that stone. As any mother would do, she led them out of the house, knowing her husband and children were going to be back soon. She led them to the forest. She ran until she reached the edge of a cliff that held a great waterfall. Now this part is something I never understood. She was a well-known kunoichi herself. Her abilities were legend, yet instead of fighting she chose to sacrifice herself by jumping and drowning in the river below. I guess that was the only thing she found logical at the moment to keep the stone away and to keep her family safe. Maybe it was her only choice. That was the only choice she had. Like I said, Mitsuki, life is difficult and sometimes we have to make difficult choices to protect the ones we love. He kissed my forehead and continued, when her body reached the water, it began to glow a bright light. That was followed by the moon and then an eclipse. The only thing visible was the glowing water. The story suggests that the moon absorbed her soul at that moment. But of course that couldn't be verified. I laid my head on Uncle's arm, just wondering the hard decision she had to make. What about her family? When her family returned home they searched everywhere. Her husband went out in the forest, he finally found her body floating in the river. Of course grievous over his wife's death. He came home only to find his children being threatened by the same people who forced his wife's death. He tried to fight for his children, but his efforts were in vain, useless. We don't know why, but he couldn't use any jutsus and was subdued by two of those people. Subdued? Well, he was helpless to do anything. They wanted the stone. They believed it was somewhere in the house. They threatened everyone there and no one had any idea what they were talking about. She never mentioned the stone to anyone. Again, no one knows why not, but it was the case. Finally they grew impatient and decided to kill them all off, starting from the youngest. In a split second the eldest child intervened and saved his brother at the cost of his own life. The father still felt helpless to do anything. It was still day out, but as soon as the eldest son began to fade, so did the sky. It got dark very quick. The moon shone so bright that before anyone knew what was happening the intruders were lying on the floor dead. I still don't get the point of this story. Mitsuki, it shows that she was looking out for her family even after she had passed away. She is unable to do anything now though. This is just a story. It has been told for generations. I'm still not sure how much of it is true. Why was her husband not able to use any jutsus? Like I said, I don't know. It's a strange thing. He was well known for his skills and strength, so I don't understand why he couldn't do anything to save his family. Uncle placed me down on the bed and tucked me in. He kissed me on my forehead and began for the door. He stopped midway. I almost forgot the most important part. Oh. What's that? When her son died. The moon turned red. I ran towards the house, praying. Praying that it wasn't Uncle. Praying that it was someone else. Anyone else. It felt like my heart was screaming in fear. I hated wishing bad on another. Anyone but Uncle. Tears started to gradually fall down my cheeks. The wet ground made it hard to run, but I needed to get to Uncle. Making my way to the backyard, I bursted through the back door and looked around the house, noticing no struggle. No blood. Where is he? I mumbled, looking around the room. Suddenly, I heard coughs coming from his bedroom. Uncle seemed asleep. Not dead, asleep. He coughed out of his lungs, but alive. Out of joy and relief, I bounced onto the bed and gave him a big bear hug. I was so happy, relieved and... What? I murmured. What's this? I realized something wasn't right. Why is he wet? Fearfully, I backed away from Uncle. I didn't want to think about it, didn't want to accept it. I sat on my knees and stared at my hands that were wet with thick, red blood. Uncle's blood. Eyes widened and my lips trembled. My tears ran out of control. No. I muttered. Uncle slowly opened his eyes and lifted his hand to my face. He began wiping the tear away, but I couldn't stop crying. He looked at me and smiled, forgive him. He took a hard breath and continued. It's not his fault. He never meant to hurt you, he struggled to talk. Uncle, please don't leave me. I begged, resting my head on his shoulder, please, my voice cracked. I love you, my Mitsuki. And in a moment I could feel it, nothing. His chakra had completely disappeared. There was nothing left of him. He was dead. Uncle's dead. No. No. No, I shook my head violently. Uncle. Wake up. Uncle, please. Stop jerking around and wake up. Wake up. I screamed. Please, wake up. I pleaded. There was no response. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Everything seemed pointless. I started questioning everything. My mind, body, soul and heart felt so empty. I didn't even feel like there was anything left of me. Nothing. Uncle was all I had. Now he left me too. It hurts. Everything hurts. I was still frozen, speechless. It was so quiet that night. So quiet that the only sound was the wind brewing at the curtains. Tilda. That sound snapped me out of where I was. There was some familiarity in the voice. Without realizing it, I was already out the front door, running. My legs were moving on their own. The night was so quiet and dead. I stopped. Dead. I gasped in horror as I slowly passed bodies of fallen Uchihas. Their lifeless bodies laid on the ground. Puddles of blood filled the streets. Sasuke's house. I heard sounds from inside, a voice speaking. Out of dumb curiosity I stood on my toes and peeked through the window. Itachi. Sasuke. They are still alive. I quickly ran through the front door. Itachi, Sasuke, hurry, we need to get out, dash. I choked when my eyes fell on the parents that laid flat on the floor. I gasped and clasped my mouth. What tea, dash? I noticed the blade in Itachi's hand, dripping blood. My head shook, eyes widened as far as they could go. I felt dizzy, I had no idea what to make of any of this. It felt like every piece of me wanted to run away from here. What's happening, Itachi? In a split second Itachi was standing right in front of me. It was so sudden that I almost fell to the ground. What's wrong, Mia? Afraid? He teased. I just looked up at him with stunned eyes. I was frozen, I couldn't move. I was so gripped with fear, hate and sorrow. So confused, I didn't move. Bending to my level, what's wrong? You don't have anything to say to big brother, Itachi. His words came out so cold. My eyes began filling with tears. Words couldn't make their way out. I glanced at Sasuke and his parents. He must be feeling terrible. Whatever is happening is not right. Nothing seems to make any sense. Itachi followed my gaze. I killed them, he said plainly with a thin smile. He stood up straight. Sasuke is worthless, not worth my time and too pathetic to kill. I looked over to Sasuke. He was crying. He was hurt. He was broken. A lot like I felt. I'm not afraid of you, I brought myself to say, muttering. I'm not afraid. I scoffed. Letting anger take over. He chuckled. An evil, heartless, cold laugh. Are you sure about that? He ruffled my hair. Stepping back, I was now standing on the road, glaring at him. Wishing I never met him, but most of all, wishing this was all a bad dream and I'd wake up and everything will be back to normal. You said you weren't afraid. He tilted his head slightly to the side. Then why are you trying to get away from me, little Mitsuki? He smirked. Mitsuki. He has no right. No one. No one but uncle can call me that. I yelled at him. Hideyoshi is dead. I killed him. I thought, why don't I call you Mitsuki now? Aren't I a caring big brother? He said it so casually it would make anyone angry. I put my whole trust in him since the day I met him. I believed he was innocent when everyone doubted him. I, at some point, even called him and loved him like a big brother, and now he's just throwing that all back in my face. To top it off, he did the unthinkable. He killed Uncle. Itachi killed Uncle. Something was holding me back. I didn't know what, but I couldn't do anything. Couldn't say anything. Mitsuki, what's wrong? Thinking to run away. Where would you go? You already ran away from your parents. He grinned. They never wanted you anyway. Heck, I'd be doing them a favor if I kill you. They never wanted you or your sister. That's why they had her killed. You got lucky, Mitsuki. Everything he said it so calmly, plainly, emotionlessly. Sister? What? I never had a sister. You didn't know, did you? Little Mitsuki. He grinned, holding his blade out. I know you have first-hand experience, but try not to run away as I rid the world of one more nuisance. He aimed the blade at my heart. I stood there ready to meet death. He's right. I had nowhere else to go. No one who wanted me. Ready, little Mitsuki. It's my fault. All of it is my fault. Everyone would still be alive if I just had stayed with my parents. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath and waited. I waited to die, for the thought of the pain to sink in. I could feel his chakra quickly approaching. All of a sudden I heard a clinging sound. I opened my eyes. Itachi's blade had fallen to the ground, not far from me. Sasuke. He stopped his attack. Mia, run. Sasuke shouted. I didn't. I was too stunned by what was going on. I watched as Sasuke tried to take on his older brother. His eyes were filled with such a deep hate, it would make the pits of hell jealous. Mia, what are you doing? Run. He commanded. I can't leave him. I couldn't just run. Sasuke was no match for Itachi. I couldn't leave him to die at the hands of his brother, or anyone else's hands for that matter. I concluded that I would help. If I were destined to die there, then so be it. I wasn't about to leave him. I wasn't going to let it end like this, not without a fight. I reached down to pick up the blade. For a split second I could have sworn I felt someone's chakra in the area. I turned around trying to sense someone. Sasuke skidded against the ground. Quickly shaking off the feeling, I picked up the stained sword and charged towards Itachi. I felt a sudden thump on my head. Soon after, everything faded. I hugged my legs and continued to stare at a corner of the room. My eyes felt heavy and my body weak. Itachi is dead. 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 The same thought repeated itself in my head 1,000 times. Are you done? The masked man, who had constantly been coming in and pestering me, now stood at the front door in this windowless room. He would come in every hour when he heard my silence. The crying had stopped only because I didn't have the energy left to. I glared at the man with clear disgust. Where's Itachi? I snarled. Dead, he mused. Grabbing the closest thing next to me, he's not dead. I shot a rock at him. Yes, he is. Now instead of wasting what little energy you have left on throwing stones, why not talk? I glared and sat silently. I noticed my palm felt wet, blood. I mumbled, how did Then I remembered the rock was sharp. This is just great. Are you sure you have nothing to say? Where's Itachi? Where's Sasuke? I spat. Then turning my head away, so, unless you can take me to either of them, I have nothing else to say to you. I can't understand why you're valued so much. You cry a lot, you're far beyond sensitive for a shinobi, you're obnoxious, rude, and frankly you're not someone people would like to be around. Well, if I'm all that annoying, then leave. Ready to talk now. I could tell he was smiling by the way his eye lifted from behind the one hole in the mask he wore. Of course that got me even more annoyed. But who cares? He went on, you have a great place in the family, Mia. What is his deal? Who is he? How does he even know my name? Whose family? Nice to meet you, he greeted in the most cheeriest of tones, which made my blood boil more. My name is Uchiha Madara. Are you stupid or just plain retarded? I snapped. I knew they were the same thing, but I was too agitated to care. Using the wall as support, I got myself up. Uchiha Madara is dead. Every Uchiha besides the ones you're holding are dead. That's not necessarily true, he mused. Did you honestly think Itachi pulled off the whole massacre by himself? I was there that night. I helped him. I trained him. I mentored him to be as great as he was. He put special emphasis on the word was. Was he there that night? I wasn't about to converse in small talk with him. He was too annoying to talk to. I was too annoyed to be anything other than angry and sarcastic. Great. Ha, yeah, Tilda, if he was so great he would still be here. Finally, you're accepting his death. Shut up. I shouted. My upper body was useless, I used a lot of energy just to get my legs to work. Every step I took, I neared closer to the door, my anger rose. His posture told me he wasn't about to let me leave. Move. I demanded. I can't do that. We still have so much to talk about. I narrowed my eyes more and continued to glare. I said move. I punched the wall beside him, causing a huge hole to form. Looking down at my relaxed fist. I'm glowing. That's new. A blue light had emitted itself around me. Suddenly I didn't feel as weak as before. Next time that would be your head, I warned. He said something else, but I was too far off to hear. I found myself choosing paths. I knew where Sasuke was, but Itachi. I didn't know where they kept him. The best choice at that moment was to get to Sasuke first. After I'm sure he's okay. I'll go looking for Itachi. I muttered. I followed his chakra and found him in a room sitting on the floor. His head was lowered, he just sat there unmoved, unfazed, but I was so glad to see him, and before I knew it I had my arms wrapped around his neck. Everything's going to be fine. I took in a deep breath and my chakra returned to its former weakened state. I felt his shoulders raise, he clasped hold of my wrists and tossed me to the side. He kept a hold of one of my wrist. Leave. He scoffed, taking to his feet. Tossing my arm at me, causing me to fall back. My lips parted. What's happened? You useless to me, Mia. His anger was clearly visible, but why was he angry at me? Now leave. He continued, turning his back at me. What? Sasuke. What did I do? I shouted. I had lost Itachi, I can't afford to lose Sasuke too. Sasuke. He ignored me. It wasn't until that moment I noticed the masked man standing by the door. She's not completely useless, the man said. Sasuke ignored him and moved on. Maybe it was my paranoia, but what did you tell him? I growled. Everything you didn't. Everything. I was worried about what he was talking about. There is so much I never told Sasuke. Everything about Itachi. He turned away and left. He was there that night. He mentored Itachi. He must have known everything and told Sasuke. I was left in that empty dark room alone. Sasuke must not trust me anymore. He must think it's my fault. Maybe he's right, maybe this could have been avoided if I just told Sasuke. Now because of my stupidity I've lost both of them. Everyone. By the time I made it out, my condition had worsened. I felt frail, weary and almost completely dehydrated. I only managed to walk a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. I just laid there, staring at the sky. The sun shone brightly overhead. Clouds, birds, leaves, they all passed me as I relaxed my skin and heart from scorning my life. A while, which felt like hours, had passed when suddenly I felt water dripping on my forehead. I looked up to see what it was. Azura, I smiled. I was so glad to see her that I didn't question where the water had come from. Her head hung over mine as I caressed her soft fur. "Where do you get off to?" I asked in a weary tone. She placed her head under my arm in an attempt to try and pick me up. After realizing it was useless, she disappeared off to somewhere in the forest. So there I was, alone again. She eventually came back. She'd brought a bottle of water. "Where does she keep getting this stuff?" "Azura, you didn't take this from anyone, did you?" I asked, looking up at her behavior. No matter what people say, I could honestly tell when Azura is telling me something. Call me crazy, but we have this bond. We understand each other and feel each other's emotions. That's how we communicate. I know she understands me clearly. Then again, my cousins did tell me that a species has that quality, but it seemed stronger than they described. When I felt she wasn't guilty, I weakly opened the cap and at first just dumped it in my mouth. That was a bad idea, seeing the position I was in. I immediately coughed it out. Azura again placed her head under my arm and set me up. Taking in the water, I realized how lucky I was. If Azura wasn't there to help me, I'd probably, well, I was grateful that she was there. Finally picking up strength, I managed to get myself on Azura's back. She grew extra huge, so that I don't feel uncomfortable as we went. I could barely sit up, but I didn't want to lay on her. My clothes, everything on me was covered in blood. Before reaching the village, I put my hood back on and tried to cover myself. Upon entering, I noticed the gourds were asleep. I always wondered why they would sleep too much. Nothing ever happens here, yet they get so tired. Maybe my previous assumption was right, maybe they are just lazy. I shook my head as Azura took us within Konoha's wall. Looking around at, oh so, familiar structures and some faces, I began to curse everything and everyone there. These people don't deserve the happiness they have. I felt it strange to be riding on Azura in the village. I managed to get off, but tripped. My weakened state caused me to skid over my cloak. The glares and the distinctive muttering I got after that only can be described by the hateful words that passed through my lips. They don't deserve peace. Not happiness. Not security. They are worse than animals. They don't deserve what Itachi did for them. Azura used a transportation jutsu and we were standing at the Hokage door. By the time I entered, I had no feeling left to describe the pain. "Mia, what's happened? Do you need a medic?" It was funny hearing the Hokage ask that. I thought I was the one who was supposed to heal people. I looked into her concerned eyes. She didn't deserve being here. She's a great kunoichi, yet she is placed here to deal with these people's petty little problems and whining. "Mia, are you okay?" With a plain expression stamped on my face, Uchiha. Just the utterance of that name made me take deep breaths. "You Uchiha " I shuddered. I took one deep breath. "Uchiha, Itachi is dead." I observed the Hokage's expression closely. "Are you certain?" "Yes." She sat back at her seat and stared out into the monuments. Thinking I was done, I headed out. "Do you need anything?" she asked, my back facing her. "No," I said softly. Back at my apartment, I laid on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I almost always left my window open. I was never afraid of thieves coming in from it. Even if they did come, what would they steal? My name had more value than what was kept in this almost empty apartment. The only things I kept were a mattress on the floor, a toothbrush and toothpaste I kept in the bathroom, and my clothes, which I also keep folded on the floor. That was all my valuables. So if someone was running out of toothpaste, they are more than welcome to come take some. Why so down, Tilda? Not now. People die. Get over it. I thought you'd be used to it by now. Today I was in no mood to hear her. Her voice by that time had become like sandpaper scraping against my eardrums. Get up. Get up. Get up. What the heck is wrong with you? I yelled at myself. That a girl, Tilda? What do you want? I scoffed. You were depressing me. Oh, I'm sorry, my whole life is meant to entertain you. I said sarcastically. That's right. Why don't you just shut up? You know, for old time's sake. Touchy Tilda, I'm sure your uncle would have been so proud of his little Mitsuki. Shut up, you parasite. Ding. Ding. Ding, I think we struck a nerve. Leave me alone. I don't think so. What happened to the silence and ignoring me vibe you always gave off? Like I said, you're depressing me, plus I'm hungry and you stink. I don't care. Freaking parasite didn't want to talk to me ever since I first found out about her. Now she won't shut up about her complete selfish nonsense. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. She can hear my thoughts. She finally showed herself. She was a beast. She had the feature of a wolf, but it was accompanied with 6 wings. Her body was strange, but elegant. We were surrounded by darkness, and the only things visible in the empty void was each other. My jaw dropped. What are you? I was compelled to ask. Her appearance and size both amazed and frightened me. Now will you comply? She said, smirking, twisting herself, surrounding me, until her face met mine. One condition. I said, and then grinned. I'm still the one in control here. What do you want? She sighed, backing away from me. She knew I was in control too, which made my lips curl into a smirk. You just have to answer a couple questions, is all. I said, nonchalantly. Fine. She laid her head on the ground. I was obviously boring her. Where are we? In you. Next question. What do you mean? What did I just say? We are in you. She said, annoyed, turning her head away from me. Fine, whatever. What are you? You're not a tailed beast, right? Not one of the ones made by the sage, right? No, she grinned. I'm much worse. She said, narrowing her eyes and smiling slyly. Oh, please. You can't scare me. Putting one hand on my hip. I rolled my eyes at her. Now tell me what you are. I'm a spirit beast. Never had, never will have any physical body. Living off your family's chakra. I have been passed down for generations. I have powers you can't even begin to comprehend. So I was dead on when I said you were a parasite. I smiled. I saw a sweat drop from her forehead. That's all you take from what I said. You know, you should consider yourself honored. For generations I have slept silently, and only to you have I decided to reveal myself. Aren't I the lucky one? I said, sarcastically. Moving on, what are you actually good for? Fut. You really are an ungrateful brat. I rolled my eyes at her remark and sighed. Just answer me. Remember that light? All that chakra that came out of nowhere? I donated some energy. So you won't faint and embarrass me. That sentence made me think. Are you really the one who killed those people when I was a kid? Yes. How? You explained it to the Uchiha. You were so out of you that it was easy to take control of your body. What do you mean, out of me? Wow, you're slow, aren't you? She raised a brow and side-grinned. You were so torn by your emotions that taking control over your body wasn't just easy, but necessary. Necessary. Mia, we aren't alone in here. If I hadn't took control of you, someone else would have. She said in a more than serious tone. What? I stuttered out, tensed. My eyes gazed upon the darkness. What are you talking about? I said more calmly. There's these parts inside you that I'm even unaware of, but I'm more than certain they exist. She eyed me. It looked like she was searching for signs. I stood there pondering over her words. There's parts inside me. What does that even mean? My organs. Liver. Blood. Oxygen. Nothing like that. Something much worse. Okay, now I know you're lying. Whatever you're trying to pull, it's not going to work. I spat, folding my arms in front of myself. I got tired of her nonsense. This is enough. How do I get out of here? Are you going to take a bath, or do I have to convince you some more? She asked casually, stretching her paws like she just woke up from a nap. I knew she was trying to frighten me. No. I'll take a bath. I don't feel like talking anymore. I opened my eyes. I didn't even know I closed them. I didn't move to get up. Blood was dripping from my lashes into my eyes. Letting out a chuckle, the wound was apparently made without me knowing. I used my hands for support and got to my feet. I slowly made my way to the bathroom. Upon entering, my eyes caught at my reflection in the round mirror placed over the sink. Do I really look like that? The red that had dripped now looked like blood tears trailing down my face. Blood on my neck, near my lips. So, this is why the villagers freaked out. Staring at my reflection reminded me why I have all this blood on me in the first place. My gaze lowered to the sink. Itachi. I couldn't help him. Sasuke. I couldn't save him. My hand clenched into a fist at my own dismay. I'm so useless. I shouted at how true it felt. Now blood dripped from my knuckles as my last words. My fist smashed against the glass mirror. That's more fitting. Glaring at the fingers with shard in them. Then bringing my gaze up to the mirror again. My reflection was broken. The place I hit had no mirror and didn't show my right eye. Whereas the rest of me was broken. Yeah, that fits. Yes, yes. Very dramatic. Now can you wash it all off? Why don't you let me admire myself in peace? I jerked. Frankly, I didn't know why I did. I still felt hurt, but it just slipped out. I went over to the tub and turned the faucet on. Sitting at edge, I placed my hand beneath the flowing water. Water has always been soothing. It's something that calms, relaxes, and heals me. When the tub was filled, little more than half, I slowly went in. Within the waterbed, I sunk myself. The water had filled almost to the brim by that time. I let the water wash away all the impurities. I watched from within the water, the blood floating up off me. The impurities, not as in the blood, but the impurities of my incompetence, my lack of strength, lack of intelligence, lack of endurance. I let it all happen. I was weak and useless. Flashes of the day ran through my head like a never-ending cycle. Me and Itachi talking. Just this morning he was talking to me. He was alive. It was just today. And I let it all fall apart. I should have forced him more. Convinced him more. I could have done a lot of things, but I didn't. I may have been helpless during their battle, but it could have been avoided if I was the one to tell Sasuke about Itachi. I should have told him. I was scared. I was scared to lose them. They meant everything to me, but I let it happen again. I was scared. I was scared Itachi would attack me. Even though I knew he wouldn't. I was scared I was wrong about everything I knew. That it was all a lie. I was scared to tell Sasuke, assuming he would lash out in anger for defending the person we both are supposed to hate and despise from the pits of our hearts. That fear had stopped me from doing so many things I was supposed to do. That in the end I lost everything I feared of losing. This life's pointless. I just want to escape. Be free. Freedom comes with a price. Which is? I'm no guru. Why are you asking me? You're so annoying. And you're just a big ray of sunshine. She said. I smiled at a sarcastic remark. I closed my eyes and everything felt calm and peaceful. Get out of the water. I felt a jolt spring me up. I coughed out some water and heavily gasped for air. What were you thinking? I was too absorbed by the thoughts and aching lungs to worry about her. I wearily got out of the tub, grabbing the towel on my way out. My eyes fell on my clothes. Everywhere. Everything reminds me of my failures. I decided I would not let Itachi be disgraced because of me. I knew what I had to do. I needed to get dressed, but the only thing I could find was an orange sundress Kurenai-san bought me. She bought the shoes that matched. Overall, I hated the dress, but she gave with such consideration that made me love it, but not enough to wear. Today, however, seeing as I had nothing else, I slipped on the dress then shoes, hating how I looked in them. My hair was still wet, but I hated it loose, so I hurriedly tied a ponytail, grabbed the attire on the floor and went out. The blood was pretty much dried by then, so there was no problem keeping the clothes close to me. Making my way to the village, getting the usual stares and slight gasps. They didn't bother me enough to consider. I made my way to the memorial stone. Getting on my knees and using my hands as shovels, I began digging the ground in front of the stone. I placed the blood-tainted attire in the small hole I dug. This is where you belong. Amongst the heroes. You deserve more. I spoke under my breath. Patting the ground, confirming it was buried properly, I wiped some sweat from my forehead, not noticing, till later, that my hands were covered with dirt. My whole dress was covered with spots of dirt. For a few seconds, I just sat there staring at the ground. In that time, I began to sense someone approaching. I didn't need to look to know who it was. Everyone's been looking for you, you know. The muffled, yet familiar voice spoke from behind me. What are you doing here anyways? I thought you hated this place. I stayed silent only because at that moment it was like I had forgotten how to speak or I didn't know what to say. They've been looking for me. Wasn't something I was willing to accept, not after the scene I caused and everything I said, pure, blank and right in front of them. I reluctantly got up from that spot. As I did, I stopped midway as my eyes caught on two pairs of names on the stone that caused me to fall back down again. My lips trembled, I wanted to cry so badly, but there was nothing left in me to cry out. My eyes glued to the names, this is wrong. I managed to mutter out, there's some mistake. There has to be. I shook my head vigorously, I refused to believe it. Kakashi, I said before slowly turning to face my sensei. It's a mistake. I picked myself up, clenching my chest tightly. Looking straight into his eye, hoping to find the answer I wanted to hear, it's a mistake, right, sensei? He lowered his gaze and shook his head. I'm sorry. My gaze fell to the ground. I'm sorry. Everyone keeps telling me that. Do they even know what it means to say I'm sorry? It means it won't happen again. I turned to the stone, again my eyes squinted at the names. Sarutabi Asuma. Jiraiya. Feeling a terrible churn of pity rolling around in my stomach. I almost felt compelled not to ask. Asuma-san, did he suffer too much? My head was still facing the stone. No. He said, trying to sound reassuring. But why didn't I believe him? Maybe because he's a ninja. Asuma-san was a ninja too. Maybe it's just that I had gotten all too accustomed to hearing the suffering and pain us shinobi go through that believing he didn't suffer didn't fit the job description. That is the true ninja way. To sacrifice and suffer so others can enjoy and prosper. How did it? I paused for a bit, pursing my lips, my eyes half-lidded. Asuma-san, he was one of the few people here that treated me like a person. He was one of the first to welcome me. Kurenai-san and him said they consider me like a little sister. He cared and took care of me. Trained me. He was just a little short of a fatherly figure to me, right after my uncle. Now I couldn't do anything but stand here and feel bad, feel a huge resentment towards myself. I took a deep breath. How did it happen? Who did this to them? She asked plainly. They both were on a mission and... He stopped. I looked up at my sensei. He couldn't face me either. His head was slightly tilted to the side facing the ground. He's lost a friend. Should I feel bad? Let it go. And I persisted on him telling me. I didn't want to be left in the dark about anything anymore. It was hard for the both of us, I'm sure, but it was something that I had to hear. He turned to look at me. He spoke plainly and clearly, as if delivering a report. There was nothing anyone could do to save them. Pain was too strong for Jiraiya-sama, and Haydn, as we got to know, was immortal. Asuma didn't stand a chance. Both the men were from an organization called Akatsuki. So that's it. That's it. And now they are gone. Gone like the rest of them. I suddenly felt my heart sink, a piercing pain throbbing in my chest. My heart. It always feels pain and nothing else. Never anything else. My eyes closed tightly. Never again. I'll make sure of it. I had decided what I had to do. I nodded once before leaving, but I stopped, remembering something I wanted to ask Kakashi-sensei. HN. I need you to do something for me, but I'll only tell you if you agree. I managed a faint smile. What is it? He tried retuning the gesture, I think. His eye crinkled. I walked over to the stone for the last time. I bent down, stroking my fingers on all the names I recognized. You have to convince the Hokage to place Uchiha Itachi's name here too. What? His voice seemed startled, but still calm. Will you do that for me, sensei? I asked, my eyes locked on the names. He didn't answer. I'll take your silence as a yes then. I smiled and finally left. I didn't look back. At first I was walking casually back into town, then I began picking up speed, I began running. Well, that was icing on the cake, now wasn't it? I had almost forgotten about her. My pace slowed once again. One thing I noticed is she loves to poke, she loves to make me feel much worse. Will you ever stop talking? Maybe not. Can you at least be quiet for the rest of the day? I can't promise anything. I walked a few more steps before she opened her big trap again. You said you'll eat. If you go on like this any longer, you're going to kill us both. Good. Stop being a drama queen and eat something. Why must you pester me so much? Why must you make me suffer with you? She scoffed. Ooh. Fine. I said in defeat. Then will you stop talking? Maybe Tilda. Then let's get something to eat. I wandered around the village, just wondering because I really wasn't in the mood to eat. There. She said all of a sudden. Where? The one with the red sign. The aroma from there is delicious. As the food must be too. I immediately felt an uneasiness crawl to my face. There's only one restaurant I would go to, and that's Ramen Ichiraka's. The other restaurants always refuse to serve me. Hurry it up. I'm starving. So I walked over to the counter. At first the woman didn't recognize me, but after getting a better look, get out. You don't belong here. She shouted, grabbing the attention of all the other customers. Why am I not surprised? I rolled my eyes at the women. She took notice of it, and I could tell that set her off. And why not? I replied, completely uninterested in her answer. You're a monster, a beast that doesn't deserve to be around any of us. You're lucky the Hokage lets you stay here, or you would have been long gone by now. I could hear cheers coming from the other customers. The whole place became a riot, an uproar, cheering the women on and chanting me to leave. Usually I would have just shut my mouth and pay the least heed to them as possible, but shut up. I roared. The room fell silent. That's better. More civilized, don't you think? I taunted. Rolling my eyes, and you call me beastly, Tilda, I huffed. The woman's eyes furrowed, steam was literally coming from her nostrils. She looks more like a beast when she makes that face. I noticed. I could tell she was about to tell me to leave again, so. You're scared of me, aren't you? I grinned, then I turned around to face the other customers. All of you are. I chuckled. My face slowly fell to a more menacingly look as my eyes narrowed and my lips pulled into a smirk. What are you doing? Giving the people what they want. I turned back to face the lady behind the counter. She glanced at the clock to her right. She was ignoring me. I grabbed her attention back when I tapped the counter and said, now, before I set my army of demons to devour your faces, I would like to kindly ask you to plate me up something delicious. I said in a commanding tone. Get dash, the lady began to say. Nah, Tilda, I waved a finger at her tauntingly, motioning her to stop talking. Don't make me unleash the demon dog of death on you. Believe me, she's not in a good mood today. The lady at the counter didn't look so convinced until she heard Ozura growling from inside my long purse which hung from my shoulder. I was laughing on the inside, so hard. This was probably the highlight of my day. I was talking complete nonsense and these gullible fools were believing it. They'd believe anything you tell them. I was just glad there were no kids around. I would have hated to scare their little hearts. Well, what are you waiting for? I said. The women reluctantly went in the back to get me something to eat. Make sure it's yummy, I called out before she left. The rest of the customers were getting up to leave when, where are you all going? Don't get up and leave on my expense, I said, casually taking up a seat at an empty table. The people gave me looks of disgust, but I brushed it off and sat there like I owned the place. Of course I felt bad and I was going to pay, but no harm, no foul. So I waited. That was your big plan. It worked, didn't it? I guess, Tilda. Listen. You're the one who wanted to eat here, so be a little grateful. I'm so sorry you had to be cruel to these, what would you call people like them? Confused and delusional. I was thinking more on the lines of, I don't know, Tilda, animals. They just believe what they hear without a second thought. They are undisciplined, so they act out, thinking they can because it's okay, in their minds, to make other people who are a little different feel bad. I can't tell if you're defending them or degrading them. I think they deserve a little bit of both. My eyes lowered to the tall glass on the table, my hand started fiddling with it as I continued. You know, discipline is probably the only thing that I can proudly say my parents taught me. Yeah, you're real disciplined. Stop being sarcastic. I waited for the food to arrive. I don't know why you would want to eat here in the first place. I can literally cook better food. The question is, were you going to? Maybe not. Searching through my memory shack. What was your name again? You finally came around to ask. I didn't ask. No. And I'm not telling. Fine. Be like that. We are going to spend all my life together and... Stop being so dramatic. And a simple trust and consideration wouldn't hurt. I smiled. I waited for her to respond, but nothing. She was quiet. Are you there? I waited. Hello. Don't tell me you died of starvation already. Oh great, you're dead, aren't you? I tried annoying her to get her to talk. What can I say? I like to annoy people when I'm bored. Now who will I get migraines from? Who will talk non-stop and go on and on about her selfish needs? You seem to be doing a pretty good job at it. Oh no, Tilda, you're not dead. I thought in the least excited manner I could think possible. I smelled poison. That woman is planning on poisoning us. You serious? Dead serious. Not funny. Listen. While you were talking to yourself like a madman, I was thinking of a plan to make them feel a little guilty. A little? No. You're right, a lot. Shouldn't she feel guilty anyways? I mean, she is planning on poisoning me. This woman is more psychotic than I initially thought. She needs to suffer. This is what we'll do. She began explaining her plan. The more I listened, the more I thought she was an evil genius. I didn't mean that as a compliment. Her plan was cruel. How many clones do you have around? None. I'm exhausted, remember. I'm still barely running on your energy. You're more of the parasite now, if you asked me. Well, I didn't ask you, did I? UFF, fine, I'll lend you some more, we need those clones. Why? Then she continued to explain me the whole plan. I didn't like it, but I did think it fair. The woman was about to poison and kill me after all. She's coming. Is everything set? Yes. I thought enthusiastically. Oddly enough, I was really excited. The woman was coming out the kitchen and about to lay down the plate when a little girl approached us. The little girl was the sweetest thing I ever seen. She had big blue eyes, an innocent face, and wore a cute smile. Excuse me, the little girl said, addressing me. Yes? I gave her a friendly smile. Is that yours? She asked, pointing at the meal. I glanced at the women's expression before looking back at the little girl. Would you like some? I asked, pulling the plate close to me. Aha. She gleed. I smiled. You know. You can have all of it. I'll just order another one. Really? The girl said, excited. I was about to hand the girl the plate when suddenly it became the item of tug-of-war between me and the woman. Eventually the meal flew out both our hands. I immediately stretched out to grab it. My chair hung by my foot, which found leverage underneath the table. So my posture was stretched in a straight flow from my foot to my hand, which had grabbed the plate of food. Here you go, sweetie, I smiled, handing the little girl the plate and sitting back into a proper sitting position. Thank you, she said before chowing down. The woman frantically reached out. I stopped her with one arm. Let her eat, I insisted. No. No. The woman kept yelling frantically, her eyes bulging out of her head. We became the main show for today, as everyone stopped what they were doing to watch us. Why not? I asked, seemingly annoyed by her no letting the girl eat the meal. I'll pay for it. I'll even order dash. My words were cut off as she screamed, it's poisoned. Gasp, then silence filled the room as all wide eyes turned to the little girl. I myself turned to look. The girl laid on the floor, foam bubbling from her mouth. She was dead. My daughter. A man came rushing in. He fell to the floor, held the girl in his arms, his head lowered to her lifeless body. Sobs were heard all through the almost silent restaurant. You did this. He grunted. He didn't raise his head until he repeated his words. You did this. He said in an agonizing scream. I didn't eat. The woman managed to stutter out. She did it. She's the monster who gave your daughter the food. She pointed towards me. I stood there, jaw ajar from all that was happening. He got to his feet without averting eye contact. It wasn't till he was fully standing up straight, the girl drooping from his arms, that I realized he wasn't completely glaring at me. You're the monster. His voice came out coarse. The man was crying, his daughter in arms. His glares pierced through the air and were directed towards the woman who served us. You're the reason dash. He fell back to the ground. The pain seemed too much for him to bear. You poisoned her. He continued, looking up to face the woman. You killed her. He sobbed louder. And just like that, the tables were turned. People began cursing and getting up from their seats to leave. The disgust on their faces told the whole story. One being that they would never come back here again. The cussing soon started a louder riot than before. It was cows. The woman ran to the back in tears. By the time I decided to leave, the man and his daughter had already left. On my way out, people conversed over the poisoning, about trust lost, about how they wouldn't ever come back to this restaurant again. I hastily, but gradually made my way up back to Konoha's main street. Well, okay, that was the real icing on the cake. You have to admit. I'm a genius. She gleed in my head, proud of how perfectly her plan worked out. Maybe too perfect. That was cruel. We shouldn't have. Please don't tell me you're feeling sorry for her. Did you forget, just moments ago, it's you who she wanted to be lying on the ground dead? But that was... Geez. You seriously don't have any backbone, do you? People treat you that way all the time. She was treating you like that when you first walked in. It was about time she had a taste of her own medicine. I'm used to it. You used to it. Since when did you become such a wimp, Mia? Or have you always been like this? Listen. You have no right to judge me. I don't need to explain myself to you. We walked right into the training grounds. I felt like I needed to beat on something, and sadly it couldn't be the headache in my head. Before starting, I sat on the ground to try and meditate. If I didn't, my jutsus would be all over the place. You're still on my energy. She pointed out. I don't care. Her irritating caused my eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. What if I take it all back? Then we both die. I mused. There was silence, at least for 10 seconds. You know what I don't understand? Why the waitress was so guilt-ridden. Did she really believe what she was doing was right? That I really am a monster worthy of death? That what she was doing, she, herself in her heart, considered it to be right, the best choice? Why she spilled out the truth about her poisoning the food when it could have easily been blamed on me. No. I was going to say why she was wearing that terrible, ugly rag around her palm and that old men's watch covering that big scar. Oh, okay. What? No detailed analysis? When do I give detailed analysis of anything? Just saying tilde. HMPH tilde, the watch is probably her father's who's deceased. It wasn't working. The scar was probably a big incident that happened to her that involved the former wearer of that watch. That's why she wears it over the scar. That was very surprising. How did you know her watch didn't work? During my threats and such, I noticed her looking at the time at the far left of the room instead of at her watch, so I just figured it was broken. Nice work. I have to say I'm impressed. Maybe you're not a complete waste of my energy after all. Plus the way your clones executed the whole dead girl, enraged and depressed father scene was no less applaudable. I still don't feel too good. It's because you still haven't eaten. I managed a faint smile before getting up and heading towards Ramen Ichiraka's. When I got there, Tucha-san gave me a big welcoming grin, the usual. He asked. I had realized by the time I re-entered Konoha that word had already spread that the omen was back, so of course he would then recognize me. I mean, who wouldn't? The people would look through every detail of every human being here to connect me to my younger self to identify me as the omen. I simply nodded and returned with a slight smile. While the food was being prepared, he decided to engage in small talk. It looked like a slow day at the shop. I was pretty much his only customer. Looking to the empty seat next to me, the first thing that popped into my head, Naruto. Why so down? Tucha-san asked. I'm having a really bad day. I moaned. Really? You all seem to have a lot of those, he said sympathetically. Don't worry, things never stay bad for long, he assured, placing my favorite ramen in front of me. He really knows nothing about my life. I smiled and shook my head slightly. See, you're already smiling, he grinned. Is all I said before stuffing my mouth with ramen noodles. Listen, can you do me a favor? I nodded, my mouth still stuffed with another chunk of noodles. Next time you see Naruto, remind him that he still owes me for the last 3 meals he had here. He never changes. I shook my head to the thought. I took in a big gulp before taking a sip of water. When was Naruto here last? I asked, taking in more noodles and concentrating mostly on my food. Boy, am I hungry. A while ago. Come to think of it, he kinda looked upset as well. He said, then paused a little before continuing, oh yes. My mouth wasn't as full, but had noodles in it, as I looked up from the dish to face him. He was looking for you. I took in another hard gulp. Did he say what for? I asked, my eyelids lowered in worry as my eyebrows furrowed. No, but he did say it was urgent. Everything's urgent to Naruto when he wants something. I had a few bites left before completing my meal. I groped my purse, searching for my money bag, the one that had gold coins. There was no way on earth would I leave my money or gold anywhere other than the secret place in my pouch or purse. After I took the last bite, I placed some gold coins on the counter, thanks to Tucha-san. I got up to go, waving goodbye. Wait, he said suddenly, startling me. Yes? I stopped and turned around to see what was the matter. He held out the gold coins in his hands. This is way beyond what you owe me for this one meal. I gave a closed-eye smile and nod. I know, it's also for Naruto's meals. Still, this is much more than he owes as well. I didn't know how to say it, my eyebrows knitted together as I thought, it's also for the meals he's going to eat. You're paying for his unique meals. Yes, I nodded, we are friends after all. I said with a grin and then left. I needed to get out of there before he asked more questions. Walking the streets of Konoha, I couldn't help but feel like I had forgotten something. What is it? What did I forget? Your friend's brother's death. Itachi. I felt that pain again. That sadness. My face immediately fell at the thought of him, but that wasn't it. I still felt uncomfortable. I couldn't shake the feeling. I began recalling my day. It hurt so much that tears welled up in my eyes. What could I do? Itachi is someone so close to my heart, and so is Sasuke, that their absence makes my heart feel pieces being ripped away, and that pain makes me cry. They weren't the thing I was forgetting. I saw a girl sporting a red headband walk past me. Red headband. Why do I feel it's something to do? My thoughts were interrupted by my sudden realization. Ayumi. My eyes grew wide in horror. How will I tell Ayumi about Itachi? My thoughts began to ponder on the subject more. How will I tell Ayumi when I can't fully comprehend what happened? How will I comfort her when I myself am so confused and in pain? Who's going to comfort me when I have to explain everything that happened? This is all too much. I took slow, lazy steps towards her apartment. The brew of a refreshing breeze made my skirt, along with leaves, dance. Making my way, I passed so many children playing their games. How simple their lives are. They don't have to worry about anything. Nothing of my magnitude, at least. I looked up at the sky. We are ninjas, but is that all we are meant to be? Can't we have a simple, normal life? Nope. I took in a deep, long sigh. You're right. Nothing will ever be normal. Are you done? She asked, annoyed. Does it matter? You're babbling on in my ear, so yes, it does matter. I shook my head and began forgetting about her for a second. Why do I feel like I have to do this? I asked myself. Ayumi's apartment came into view. I pressed my hand against my stomach because of the sudden uneasiness I began to feel. Because you do. It's kinda mandatory when you have relationships with people. She advised, rubbing in the fact if I didn't have anyone I would be happier. She's right, though. I wouldn't feel like this if I didn't care so much, if I didn't have anyone to care for but myself. Selfish thought really, but it's something I realized a while back. You're right. I admitted. Though the fact of the matter was, I do have people I care for, and that was something, no matter how agonizing it was for me, I had to do. My head hung low in despair. Taking a deep breath, I made my way towards her apartment and stopped at the front door. How am I going to do this? I raised my hand to knock at the door. I bit my lip. I can't do this. I clenched my hand and began to bring it back to my side. Just knock already and get it over with. She demanded. Fine. Fine. Just stop talking. I again raised my hand towards the door and reluctantly tapped it with the back of my middle finger. After a few minutes had passed, I tried again, knocking a little harder. No luck. Maybe she's out. She's not home. She's on a mission. A familiar male's voice quickened to reply. I knew exactly who it was, the only person on earth that would dare invade my privacy like that. Eiji. How many times have I told you not to listen in on my thoughts? I scolded and turned to glare at him. He wasn't even looking at me. As many times as you didn't stop me. He smirked. His head was buried deep in the scroll in his hands. Too indulged in his work to bother looking at me. As long as I knew him, he was always been like that. Self-absorbed. So why are the barriers down today? He smiled, finally looking up at me. What's the occasion? I don't feel like kidding around today. Anyways, how do you know she's not home? I asked skeptically, though I wasn't suspicious of him, my tone just came out that way. Still, I wondered how he knew about a person I barely met. I live here, firstly, and secondly, there's not a female in Konoha who I haven't been acquainted with. He answered, leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets. His normal wannabe, cool posture. So you stalk all the women in Konoha? I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. Only the ones that I make time for. And you wonder why you can't get a girl? I have you, don't I? He gave a sly smile and bumped me with his elbow playfully. Not interested. I pushed him back with both hands. Neither am I, he thought, tossing his arm around my shoulder. Besides, you're more like a bro to me anyways. A bro? That's so rude. I call M as I see them. That makes no sense. Get your arm off of me. I demanded. I was insulted. How can he consider me even relatively boyish? Okay, yes, I have had the tendency to punch him when I'm excited, and I do eat like I have starved for several days, and I do have more guy friends than girls, and I do skip some showers, sometimes, but I have a good reason for the last. I'm usually on a mission, so I don't get much time to think much about hygiene. When you have enemies on your tail, how could you, right? And I absolutely don't like those public baths. So how am I supposed to have a decent shower anywhere but my apartment? He already led me out of the apartment building, his arm again around my shoulders, and before I knew it, we were already back on the streets of Konoha. We passed people and people, shops and shops, carts and bicycles, and so on. Hey, look, he said suddenly. I turned my head to where he was pointing. Kurenai-san. My eyes grew so wide, my mouth left ajar. She's pregnant. My eyebrows furrowed as I remembered who her partner was. She's a strong woman. I thought. I could never do that alone. I don't think anyone can. It takes two to tango. When did you become such a perv? Ignoring me, hey, let's go say hi. He suggested and started pulling me by the neck, his arm wrapped around. No, I protested and pushed him back the other way. Why not? I can't face her right now. Hey, he shrugged his shoulders, fine. Whatever. We walked a little further before sitting down on a bench. I began observing him, my eyes squinted. You know, I've been wondering what that smell was this whole time. I said, tossing his arm back at him. It's your pits. When was the last time you showered? I just did. He defended. If you just showered, either you don't know how to take a proper bath or you have a serious problem, my friend. He ignored my comment. Hey, why are you all prettied up today? You got a date? Ha. And haha, a date with who? The mere mention was ridiculous. Most of the guys in Konoha still think I'm some horrible creature that will bring them death. The rest of the guys like you, consider me, well, a bro. I said, turning my head away from him, still offended. He leaned across to look at my face. I could see him in the corner of my eye. Okay, not bro. It slipped out. I meant to say sis. Happy. He grinned. Nope. Well, tough. He said. I'm guessing he sat back straight because the bench tilted slightly back as he said those words. There was a short pause before he continued, "'Cause I only have eyes for one girl." What? Did you just say? Wait. I didn't mean it that way, Dobie. Idiot, I don't like you like that. I know. By the way, who is it? I was excited to know. This was huge news. My eyes were about to pop out of their sockets when he said her name, Aika. Aika. I gasped. She is, well, you know. He said with pink scattered all over his cheeks. You're blushing. I let out a small laugh. This was really a day that needed to be noted down in the record books. Eiji, the guy I've known since our Genin days, not only has a crush, but is expressing his emotions involuntarily. I knew he'd get so mad if I pointed it out to him. Well, good luck, I said sarcastically. I knew Aika, and I knew my poor sap of a friend didn't stand a chance. Not because he lacked skill or physical appearance or personality. It was just because, knowing Aika, she will break his fragile heart in a heartbeat. Thanks, he said, gratefully. Obviously he didn't get my sarcasm. But seriously, you do look cute today. If there is someone. Now would be a good time to grab his attention, he added, completely changing the subject. Great. He's got a love-struck mind, and even worse, he's trying to drag me into it too. I still don't feel better. I complained. I wasn't really trying to. Then what? Just saying. He added nonchalantly, leaning back against the tree, his hands pillowed behind his head. Waving a hand in front of my nose to fan the smell away, put your arms down. I commanded. I don't stink that bad, do I? He started sniffing himself. Yes. You do, I nodded with a surety. Whatever, he said, laying back down to his former atmosphere. I shook my head at his childish behavior. I sat back, leaned my head against the tree, crossed my arms and gazed up to the sky. Silence prevailed for a good 15 to 20 minutes. Hey, did you hear? I turned my bored face to his excited voice. He had one eye peering out of its lid. No, what? I asked, slightly interested. He sat hunched back, elbows at his knees. Uchiha Itachi is dead. Feeling a certain despair rise up again, I hugged my legs and buried my head in them. Yeah, I heard, I said in a soft, low voice. He and his brother were the last Uchihas, right? Not according to the freaky masked guy. Yeah dash. What masked guy? Never mind. It's nothing, I said, trying to ignore the thought of him. You know the craziest part of it? He waited for me to respond, but when I didn't, he continued, his own brother Sasuke. You remember him? I mean, you two were on the same team for a while, how could you dash? I get it, I spat, raising my head a bit before tucking it back in. Well, he killed him. He said so casually, like it was nothing, just another death. Just another life. But it wasn't. His brother. It's crazy. But what difference does it make, really? They both are rogue and fugitives. Come to think of it, Sasuke actually did us a favor dash. My heart felt like it was ripping itself to complete non-existence. Tears began dripping down my face. Everywhere I went it was the same story. Itachi is considered a bad person with no heart, who killed and completely destroyed his family. That's all Eiji knew about him, but that didn't stop my anger from escaping. Stop, I demanded. I sat up straight, tears flowing from my eyes. Just stop. Don't say another word. I begged, don't make me hate you too. I want, more like pleaded. Mia, I'm dash. Don't say it. I cut him off, don't say anything. I scrunched up my dress at the end because the pain that was slowly building again. I got up and stormed away in tears. Enough was enough. I headed straight to my apartment and packed everything I owned in a travel bag. There were a few things I had to take care of. I knew I had to do them quick. The longer I stayed, the more likeliness I'd change my mind. I hurried over to the Hokage Tower. Without a second thought, I practically barged in without concern on whether she'd be busy or was discussing something. Tsunade-sama was sitting at her desk. Shizune was standing by her side as usual. I couldn't bring myself to meet their gaze, not after what I was about to do. Ah, Mia. What a surprise. We were just having a chat about you, she said in a cheerier tone than expected. I bowed my head in respect, then walked over to the front of her desk without saying a word. I started searching through my travel bag and took out the one that identified me as a ninja. A shinobi of the leaf. My head protector. Gazing upon it for a few seconds, I began remembering how happy I was when I first got it, and now, today, I'm giving it back. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, I said plainly, placing the item on the table. I'm done. I turned to leave. But, wait. Shizune began to call out, but I guess Tsunade-sama stopped her. Before I exited the door, I'll give you time, Tsunade-sama said in a kind voice. I kept thinking about what I just did. That one little item that once brought a smile to my face was the very reason for all my sorrow. I figured by throwing that part of me away it would stop the pain, the suffering, but that wasn't the case at all. After I left the Hokage Tower, I headed straight to Kurenai's house. Kurenai-san was the one person I felt very close to. Probably the only female I ever truly got along with and known for a long time. I stood at her doorstep. I had no intention on meeting her or saying goodbye. It would be too hard to. Instead, I took out a pouch of gold coins, almost all the coins I had left, and hung it on her doorknob. I knocked before leaving there. But of course, nothing is ever that easy. I wanted to leave Konoha. I wanted to be free from all that pain that came from living there, the people there, from being a ninja. But yet again, the same thing that has always stood between me and a happy heart was again standing between me and freedom. My bonds. My bonds. My friends. Mia-chan. We've been looking everywhere for you, Naruto exclaimed. We lost you back in the forest, Sakura said. What happened? Yeah, where'd you go? Akamaru, and I couldn't sense or smell your scent at all. Mia-chan, is everything okay? Hinata asked. My head was lowered and my bangs fell freely, curtaining my face. What do I do? I didn't expect them to gang up on me like this. I didn't expect to meet them at all. I suddenly heard the squeaking of the door opening behind me. Mia. Kurenai-san's worried voice said as she placed a hand on my shoulder. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You don't know how much. Why are you carrying that big bag? Shikamaru nodded. Are you going somewhere? Kiba asked. Where? Choji said, stuffing a couple of chips down. Do you have another mission already? Naruto asked, his voice sounded falsely cheery. I shook my head. Mia dear, what's this? Kurenai-san asked. I heard the clinking of the coins. I'm leaving, I said, slowly raising my head to be greeted by their shocked expressions. Leaving? Kiba stuttered, he seemed to get the point. As in, on a mission, right? Naruto smiled. I shook my head. Without turning around, Kurenai-san, that is what I owe you. I'm paying my debt to you and Asuma-san. I explained, finally turning my head to her and giving a slight smile. Her expression showed so many emotions, I didn't know which one she was feeling. You don't owe us anything, she said plainly. She looked serious and a little hurt. She took my hand up and placed the pouch on my palm. We did what we did because we care, she stated. How do I explain this to her? I placed my hand over hers, which was still over the pouch. Then at least consider this as a gift. I won't be here to buy the baby anything, so I'll give you this, so you can buy the baby stuff from me. I smiled, handing her back the pouch. I feel really bad that he's not here, I added, but that little baby you carry in your tummy makes me feel a little better knowing he isn't completely gone. I can't actually dash. Please don't refuse me giving gifts to my little brother or sister, I said, knowing full well that she wouldn't refuse me after that. And yes, I turned back to face my friends. Serious and confused expressions painted their faces. I'm leaving. Why? Sakura demanded to know. This shinobi life is too complicated for me. I pouted, turning my head away for a minute. We heard about Itachi, Naruto said. Seems like he's the story on everyone's lips today. I hugged myself, my shoulders raised to my head as I shrugged. I needed comfort at that point more than anything. I needed someone. Anyone. My heart begged. But I refused to give in. My heart was the reason I was in that mess in the first place. You don't have to leave, Hinata added. Don't make any rash decisions in haste, you might end up regretting it, Shikamaru advised. Don't try and stop me. My mind is made up, I said without doubt. I began leaving when they all stood close together, creating a wall, stopping me. Get out of the way, I demanded. I was tired and frustrated. I wanted out of there before I had another emotional breakdown. Think this through, Sakura said. I don't want to think. I want to leave, I spat, pushing my way between them. Naruto grabbed me by the arm. Mia, please stop, he begged. Naruto let me go. I struggled, shaking my arm away. I won't. I can't let another friend leave, he said, his eyes darting into my mind. Another friend? I stood there staring at him for a few moments before realizing, Sasuke. He's gone. He's gone, Naruto, I snapped, and so am I. I pulled away from his grip. I was getting ready to sprint off when my legs didn't move. I was stuck. Noticing the shadow stretch from me to Shiki, my shadow. Shikamaru. I turned around to glare at the shinobi, who was bent over on one knee. As I did, Choji expanded in size and blocked my way. Kiba, Akamaru and the rest joined them. Ino stood next to them with her hands raised to her mouth, ready to use her special jutsu. You wouldn't? I glared at her, obvious in my nonverbal threat. She glared back with a sly smile, her face told it all. She was getting ready to body switch if I tried anything. I glared down everyone there, observing them carefully. I am outnumbered. I need something to distract them. So you trapped me. You want to make me a prisoner here, fine. I pouted, folding my arms together. Why don't you understand? Sakura said. This is not a trap. Kiba said. We are trying to help you. Hinata explained. By taking away my freedom. I spat. No, of course not. Ino said. Stop taking our actions the wrong way. Shikamaru defended. I won't let you go this time. Naruto said sympathetically, facing me. Flashback. Naruto, it's dangerous up here. Let's get down. Mia suggested as she stuck closely to the wall. I can't believe you convinced me up here in the first place. Believe it, Naruto grinned. Not funny, she whispered, looking a little less than amused. Mia-chan, shush Tilda, he requested, we are going to pull the greatest prank ever. Naruto replied, seeming very excited. Prank? You brought me up here for a prank? Mia scolded. Naruto, you promised me. She stopped as she reached an edge of one of the Hokage's head. You've done this before, there's nothing special. This one's going to be the best yet, he cheered, taking out a paintbrush and placing some rolls of toilet paper on a solid base. Naruto, I told you not to, Tilda, she screamed. She slipped off the monument, managing to grab hold of the edge for support. She was hanging for dear life. Naruto hurried to help her. Mia-chan, wait. I'll get you up in no time. At that point, even no time seemed too long. Mia slipped from his hands and plummeted to the ground. She sustained serious injuries, leaving her on bed rest for 2 weeks. Naruto never forgave himself for letting her go, even though she held no grudge against him ever for it. Well, this time I'm letting go. I announced. He looked hurt and I felt real bad, but this wasn't something I could bear any longer. I turned to Shikamaru. Release me, I demanded. He looked over to Naruto, which caused me to gaze over as well. Naruto nodded to him and he nodded back. What? Doesn't my word mean anything? I glared over to Shikamaru. I told you. Why do you need his approval? Because you're being emotional, Shikamaru declared. Emotional? Of course I'm going to be emotional. I lost too many people, how am I not to be upset? My lips thinned at the tension. I lost 4 people, today alone. Do you know how that feels? I tried reasoning my outburst, hoping they would listen and at least try to understand. No, but I know the feeling of losing someone, he replied. His serious glare fell for a few seconds before he raised them back to give me a sympathetic look. I glanced around at all my friends. Their expressions of worry and sympathy was not hard to tell. They know how it feels. We've all lost someone dear to us, we've all experienced this kind of pain, but me. I am the only one willing to solve this problem. I can't do this anymore. I said plainly. My eyebrows furrowed, I bit my lip softly. I can't, I turned my head to the side. I can't, I cried, pursing my lips. I took one last look at them before walking away, but he wouldn't let me. He blocked my way. Why does he keep doing this? I want to leave. Naruto, why don't you understand? I glared at him with sad eyes. I can't take all of this anymore. I'm too weak and tired. What happened to I'll work hard, so no one feels this kind of pain? So the world will be happy. So no one would feel this fear and loneliness. What happened to the Mia that had dreams of making the shinobi world a better place for everyone? He stressed upon things I told him back when we were young. What happened to that Mia? She woke up and realized it was just a dream, but the pain and suffering is real. Very real, Naruto. I can't take it anymore. I won't. I declared. Refusing to back down. Refusing to give in to my friend's reasoning. I understand it. He finally says after some silence. No, you don't understand. I spat. If you understood, we wouldn't be having this discussion. He pulled me into his embrace. Why does he have to be so stubborn? I tried pushing away. Naruto. You're hurt, angry and wishing it would all end. That's why I won't let you go. I won't give up on you, ever. Believe it. I looked up to meet his gaze looking down at me. His normal silly face, smiling down at me. I could feel my eyes fill with tears. My decision is final. I can't do this. I can't give in. I want to leave. I tried pushing away from him, but like most, he was too strong. I'm not good, I said, feeling terrible about myself. I just make everything worse and I can barely manage anything right. I'm not good for any of you. What did he tell you? I heard Naruto ask in a rather plain and serious voice. Who is he talking about? Who? She asked softly. Itachi. What did he tell you that made you feel this way? Itachi, my head dug into his chest as I shrugged my shoulders up to my face. He didn't. It's what we didn't tell Sasuke. I said in a low voice, we should have told him. We should have done something. Correction, I should have told Sasuke. None of this would have happened if I did. Itachi wouldn't be gone and Sasuke, he wouldn't be gone. What do you mean? He asked kindly. Never mind. Nothing. I snapped, finally being able to push away. I shouldn't have said anything. I backed away further. They don't understand me when I'm being nice, then I'll have to try the alternative. Terror times FMA no Danmaku Gajutsu, I cried. I'm no good. I declared as the ground beneath me began to rumble, spears jolted out extending from the ground, aiming at everyone who tried to stop me. Everyone was quick to dodge the rain of attacks, everyone except Naruto. He stood there smiling. He didn't move an inch. My attack wasn't fazing him at all. That didn't stop me. I went on, the spears seemed to explode as they collapsed back into the ground, leaving the next wave to take over. Still Naruto didn't move. What is up with him? Mia, stop this. Ino demanded. We are only trying to help. Hinata explained. Mia, why? Shikamaru was interrupted by a spear heading towards him. No one could hold a conversation with me, not under those conditions, and that was exactly what I wanted. Getting tired of seeing Naruto standing so confident, I approached him. I put all the spears in a standstill, like I paused their actions. Why aren't you dodging? She asked. A pointed tip of spear suspended inches from his face. Because I know you're good. He gave his goofy closed-eye smile, relaxing his head back on his hands. You think so? I said in a serious, threatening tone. As I did, the spear sprung closer to his face. I didn't do that. He opened his eyes. I know so. He stood firm at his position. The spear staring right at him. You're wrong. My gaze fell. I pursed my lower lip to stop it from trembling. The spears crumbled back into the earth. The evening sun was just about to set when suddenly I sensed someone running towards us. Hurry. Lee rushed. There's a mob outside Kanuki's restaurant. Oh, no. What? Almost all of us exclaimed. Without a second thought, we all ran towards the restaurant. Halfway there I felt like, if I were to leave, then would have been the best time, but I was divided. I knew how the Konoha residents can get when they're enraged by something, and it would have been another blame on my neck if I let anything happen to that woman. I have to. I finally decided to clear everything up there, then leave. We made it to the town. A huge mob had gathered, just like Lee said. They had pitchforks and torches. People protested and screamed, "Get out of there. Monster." It felt like the final year back at the academy all over again. Except this time the rage was directed at someone else. Burn it down. One chanted. They all began to cheer the same words over and over again. No one is burning anything down, the Hokage instructed, approaching towards the crowd. Don't try to stop us. One man said. What's the meaning of all this? She demanded to know, but everyone in the mob ignored her. The violent uproar was too loud and they were all too indulged in it. I glanced over at my friends' worried and confused faces. This is what I've done. I paced over to the Hokage. I'll explain, I told her before jumping onto the restaurant's roof. Be quiet. I yelled, but no dice, they wouldn't listen. Then the idea hit me like a struck of lightning. I need to create a chakra aura around me. Well, do it yourself then. I tried concentrating, tried remembering the feeling, the flow of the chakra, but all the noise was distracting me, so much so that I snapped, silence. I ordered. The glow immediately appeared, as it did before. I grinned at my accomplishment. Everyone stood silent, but in fear. My friends and including the Hokage stood wide-eyed at the chakra flowing from all around me. Now, where was I? Naruto. Me and the rest of the guys were standing at the back of the crowd. I can't believe she's able to do that with her chakra. Was the only thing that ran through my mind. That is until... Hurry it up. An angry civilian yelled. Yeah. Said another, we must avenge the girl's death. Girl. What girl? The tension rose in the area. People were getting restless. But when I looked up to Mia, she was laughing. It was loud but bitter. She laughed and none of us could figure out why. This was a serious situation. The mob seemed to get more angry by her response. There was no girl, she finally bursted out, her hand fell over her mouth hiding her fake smile. There was no despaired father, she continued, they both were my shadow clones using a transformation jutsu. What is she going on about? You tricked us. A man from the crowd shouted. Yes, I did. She said calmly, with a thin smile forming on her face. I can't understand this. Avenger girl. Shadow clones. What happened here? You deceitful child. A civilian growled, holding up a pitchfork towards her. Would you have believed me if I told you she had poisoned the food? No, right. Mia spat at the crowd before looking away. Poisoned food. What is going on? It's true. Many of you heard the woman say it herself. She added in a soft voice. The riot went on. The crowd was furious and they had turned their hate towards Mia-chan. That woman at the restaurant is a hero. They cheered. It's this girl who needs to be punished. Yeah. The mob said in unison. Naruto, Sakura said. I turned my head towards her, but I soon noticed Mia's face. This is what she was talking about. Hold that thought, Sakura-chan, I said, then immediately went to stop Mia-chan. I caught her by her wrist just before she was about to leap off the roof. I shook my head, Mia-chan, don't leave. Don't run away from this. We can help you. No, you can't, she said before she turned her head away from me. Forget it. It's pointless now, she grumbled and snatched her arm back. I followed her as she ran away from all of us. Granny Tsunade called out, Mia, you can't go. You're a shinobi of the leaf. You dash. Before she could continue, Mia stopped right in her tracks, some feet away from the crowd. She slowly turned her head and faced Granny Tsunade. These are the people you want me to risk my life for? Mia asked, furrowing her eyebrows in wonder. Really? She asked, turning to face me. These are the people I have risked my life for. She continued. Her eyes narrowed towards the mob. They don't deserve it, she said harshly. They don't deserve any of it. She scorned, her voice loud enough for everyone to hear. She turned and speeded away. Mia, wait. Sakura ran after her. But she didn't. Everyone followed Sakura's lead. Hurry, Naruto-kun. Hinata said before she dashed away with the rest. She seemed extra hard. Why was she targeting Granny Tsunade like that? She would never do that. Granny Tsunade came up to me with my answer, Mia, quit. She said plainly, handing me her head protector. The purple cloth Mia changed because she didn't like the blue one. I remember the big fuss she made about it. She quit? This can't be happening. She's serious about this. I have to stop her. I took her head protector with me and followed the rest. Mia stopped just meters from the gate. Mia-chan, I said, hoping she was willing to listen one last time. What? Her anger was obvious. Mia-chan, don't leave. I begged. You don't need any of them. She didn't answer, her eyes simply narrowed onto her head protector, then she turned away again and continued to head towards the gate. If you won't stay for this head protector, at least stay for us. I persuaded. I tried one last time to stop her by blocking her. The rest of the guys did the same. For you all, she muttered out. All of you are partly the reason why I have to go. I thought. How can I stay when my own friends don't understand what I'm going through? My pain. We do. Sakura stated. How can I stay when they insist on me dealing with that? I pointed back to town, motioning towards the mob. We're here. You don't have to deal with them. Hinata stepped forward and said, I knew they meant well, but I just couldn't. Why don't they understand? How can I stay when they can't accept the fact that all this, I stretched my arms out to emphasize on Konoha itself, is killing me on the inside? No one answered. So, no. I pushed past Shiki and Naruto. I can't stay even for all of you. I said clearly and plainly. No one tried to stop me after that. They weren't following me anymore. So this is it. I was about to leave practically everything and everyone behind after I crossed the gates. Get on with it. I don't know why you have to make even leaving so dramatic. She whined. I smiled and ignored her remark. I'm free. Don't you have any shame? She exclaimed, angered. What, Tilda? You're sitting here, half naked, and you're asking me, what if someone sees you? No one's going to see me. I laid my head back on the smooth solid rocks behind the waterfall. How can you be sure? I stretched my arm out through the watery curtain and pointed towards a tree. You put a seal. I thought you said you weren't good at any of those. I'm not. Then how do you know it's going to work? Temper. Temper. I teased. You have a prestigious family name to uphold and all you're doing is enjoying the waterfall in your underwear. You must remember, I wasn't raised as a prestige member of the family, so I really don't care, and what's wrong with me sitting here in my undies? Men might pass by and your good foreknowing seals might not work. That's what's wrong with you sitting in your undies. Ha, I let out a chuckle. You're scared that, Parlise, all because I gave up my head protector doesn't mean I've forgotten how to kick butt. Besides, you forget who you have here. I'm a sensory type. If anyone comes approaching, I'll be able to sense them even if they're miles away. Not when you're talking, you won't. Well, if you're so worried, then stop talking to me. It would be really nice to enjoy this with some peace and quiet. She took my advice, even though she really didn't like to. And yes, I was enjoying sitting under a waterfall I found while traveling to my new home in my undies. Anyways, I was a little stressed and bummed almost all the way here, but this has really done the trick. I felt so much better. So much lighter. I smiled, a real smile. A smile I haven't smiled in a long time as I watched the water splash down on my lap, drizzling, sprinkling all over like sparkles of silver glitter. The water itself looked like a silky translucent curtain separating me from the world outside. This feels awesome. It's good seeing you like this, she said, breaking the silence. Well, you couldn't hold it in long, now could you? She smiled. I guess she was feeling what I was, or she was just smiling at me, which made me question, what? Is there something in my teeth? I raised a brow at her. It's good to see you back to your old, smiley self, after all this time. I took her words as a compliment in a sense that what I did actually was for me. Better for me. I was getting really tired of your over-dramatic crybaby act. It was getting old, she added. I gave a small smile and shook my head. I decided to shake off her negativity by popping my head out right under the water. The quick dripping that fell from my nose, the pressure of the water itself splashing on my head and shoulders, washing away all that anger, sadness, all that. I always figured the reason I felt so happy under and in water is because, well, if fire is the element that represents anger, then water, being the opposite element, represents healing and calm, right? But for me, it also makes me feel 100 times better and happier. Do you mind explaining what actually happened back there? What happened? I answered while paying very little attention to what she was saying. Like the whole Kurenai baby thing. Kurenai-san, I corrected. If I call her Kurenai-san, so should you. I scolded. Are you going to answer my question or not? Are you going to give me a proper question? She seemed annoyed by my question upon a question. What did you mean to say to her? Did you mean to give the money as a payment or a gift? Of course a gift, but I didn't want her to know that. I wanted her to feel that I feel distant from her. That's why I said it was a debt, knowing anyone who considered me close would find it as an insult and would feel hurt. The reason why I added in the gift part was because I wanted her to take it, but as long as she got the idea, it's all that mattered. What if she didn't get the idea? Then she will feel hurt that I left, maybe. But she is Shiki, so she should be fine. Isn't Shiki that lazy friend of yours? He isn't lazy, he just doesn't have anything he finds challenging or worth his energy, but I know taking care of Kurenai-san in her condition is no easy task for Shiki, or should I say, for any man for that matter. I thought, spitting some water out that slipped through my lips. So she's in good hands, I concluded. I laid back on the smooth rocks behind me. Where's your pet? Ozura. I'm not sure. She wasn't in my pouch or in any of my things. Aren't you worried? Not really. I've noticed she likes to disappear off to somewhere, but she's always here when she has to be. A few minutes of silence and I felt something furry jump onto my legs. The sudden action startled me and made me slip right off the boulder I was sitting on. Ozura, I cooed. What have you been up to? My little baby, I said, squeezing her close to my cheeks. Her fur was the softest I had ever felt. And when you rub it against your cheeks, it felt so cute. She got completely drenched by me. She made her cute little weird sound and caressed her cheek with mine. I picked her up from beneath her front legs so she could face me. You're not going to leave my side again, okay? Picking up my little Ozura and placing her next to my bag. I began to put my clothes back on. I think it's time to move on, don't you? I asked Ozura. She seemed uninterested. It looked like she was distracted by something else. You should really pay more attention to where she goes. Really? You're going to give me advice? I raised a brow. So I can if I want to. Please don't. I begged, jokingly. Are you going to be like this the rest of the way? That reminds me, where are we heading? It's a surprise, I gleed. Ever since I was little, I have been fascinated and completely in love with those beautiful, lush, green hilly areas, and to live in a town near there or on them would be a dream come true. So basically that was where I was headed. Plus, no one there would have heard of me. I'll be able to start a new life. Everything will be great. Your friend Naruto didn't seem like the kind who would just let you leave. What do you think happened? I noticed that too. I think he thinks I just need some space, some time alone. Soon he'll realize that's not the case and he'll come looking for you. That's true. And he never gives up. I mean never. So we'd better hurry and get to that surprise place. I walked onto the country in mind, somewhere that had a lot of mountains, for those refreshing breezes is always nice. They always have gorgeous hills at the base near them. I thought maybe I'd be able to find a sweet small like village at a place like that. A place I'd probably be able to call my new home. Days had passed. All along the way, I had so many thoughts about my friends and I convinced myself that they were better off without me, but he was the one person that didn't give me that kind of satisfaction of heart. Do you think Sasuke would ever be able to forgive me? No. I don't think so. Well, that was blunt, but you're maybe right. He sure can keep a grudge. I admitted, but I didn't feel upset. I tried my best to stay positive. I'll think about Sasuke some other day. What about his brother? Weren't you going to get his body from the Akatsuki? Oh yeah. Thanks for reminding me. After we get all settled in, I'll have to think of a plan to infiltrate their hideout, you know, a quick, I get in, I get out plan. Remember, the Akatsuki are supposed to be ruthless and strong, so we are going to need a really good plan. I thought you were done with all the ninja stuff. Itachi is more to me. You know, it'll be like a mission. And when have I ever refused a mission of interest? Then what will you do? Where will you bury him? Bury? I'm not going to bury him. Then what are you going to do with his body? I believe Itachi isn't completely gone. Denial? I'm not in denial. You'll see what I mean when complete his retrieval mission. I stopped. My eyes gazed at the surroundings. We had reached the beautiful mountain country. Tall, firm and jaw-dropping mountains in my view. The fresh air, the greener than green grass, the whiter than white mountain tops a little further in the distance, but near enough to feel the chilly wind bellowing. My enchantment was interrupted by the stomps of hooves and harnessed bells. A man riding a horse cart. He had items wrapped up in blankets and ropes in the back. He pulled on the horse's reins to bring the animal to a halt. He then gave a friendly smile towards me. "Where you heading, young lady?" he inquired. I know you shouldn't talk to strangers, but this man, who looked about in his late 50s, had an innocence in his eyes and in the way he presented himself that I felt that it would be rude not to reply. "Not sure yet," I said, returning the smile. "I see. Well, you must find a place soon, it's getting dark," he advised. He's right. It's getting late. Do you know if there's a place, a village or town nearby?" she asked. I happen to know of a small little town, just around few corners. It's where I'm heading, my supplies and all. He pointed to the items in the back of his cart with a smile on his face. "Would you like a lift?" "Yes, please." I agreed on his offer. This was exactly what I was looking for. "Well, sit on in the back. It may not be too comfy back there. Just watch yourself, don't fall off. The road's up here and leveled, so we'll be experiencing some bumps up ahead." The man was right about the bumps. The road really wasn't a road at all, more like a path people used to get around. The ride was pretty uncomfortable. Me and Ojiro were bouncing up and down the whole way. I wanted off, but the man offered out of the kindness of his heart. How could I offend him like that? When we finally reached the village, I couldn't wait to get off that thing. I felt a little dizzy, but fine. It took me a while to fixate myself to the area. The village itself was surrounded all around, secluded from the world. As I entered, I got a better look at everything. The people there were smiling, happy, and seemed to be helping each other. Everyone I passed, they seemed in such harmony with not only other people, but with nature. I was so amazed by everything that I barely noticed the man was following me. Okay, maybe he wasn't following me per se, but he was walking behind me, guiding his horse from its reins. I turned around and saw that he had stopped near a shop. He kissed a woman on her forehead. She looked nearly as old as he did. She must be his wife, I thought. The man then pointed to me, the woman nodded and walked towards me. I smiled, as did the woman. I was going to bow in respect, but as I backed away a little, I bumped another woman holding a pretty big basket. The basket fell out of her hands, but luckily I caught it. I stretched the basket in front of me as I bowed, making sure I didn't hit anyone else. "I'm so sorry." I apologized. "It's fine, dear," she said. When I stood up straight, I noticed the woman with the basket tell the other woman, "Don't worry, Kyoko. Allow me to welcome our guest." The woman, Kyoko-san, I presumed, agreed to her request by giving a soft nod and smile. "I will see you later," Kyoko-san said, placing a hand on my head, then walking back to her husband. The woman continued to guide me through the village, introducing me to everyone at every shop there. No joke. That woman knew every single person. I could hardly keep up with all the names. When we reached the houses, she let out a slight giggle. "Here I am introducing you to everyone," but failed to introduce myself. "My name is Yurikobi Chiko, the wife of the head of this quaint little village," she smiled. "I've been walking around with the head's wife this whole time." "Yeah, you're real special." "I know I am." I smiled back at Chiko-san. "My name is Mia." "That's truly a precious name. I'm sure your parents put a lot of love and thought into that name," she said. Don't think so." I continued to smile. "You know that feat you showed back there when you grabbed my basket with that kind of speed made me come to only one conclusion. You have been trained as a shinobi, yes?" I nodded. "We don't get much visitors here, certainly no ninjas." Which makes me question, why have you come here? I wanted to start a new life. A life far away from my old. I didn't mean to specifically come here, but I have, and I was wondering if this village would be welcoming to one more. I said sheepishly. "Of course we are, dear." She smiled. "We must prepare some accommodations for you." I'll ask some of my friends if they would be willing to open up their homes for you. Oh, please don't bother. I have some money, maybe I can buy a house. She let out a small laugh. The earth belongs to no man, my dear. We only use money for trade. Otherwise we hold no value to it. As you've seen, everyone here lives simple lives. That materialistic things can only be bad for human, animals and nature alike. She explained. I will have some men construct you a house nearby, but until then, you will stay with one of us. She insisted. That's actually a beautiful concept. I was in awe at her way of thinking, but really don't bother. I'll sleep out under the sky and tomorrow I'll get work on the building. You can try. She giggled. I always smiled as she did. The woman was probably no younger than Kyoko-san, yet she giggled like a little girl, though it didn't seem strange or out of place. It suited her in some ways. The men here would let you, but they'll want to help. They'll incline on the matter because they can't stand a woman doing labor work. Men here treat women with great value and respect. Before you know it, they'll have you sitting down on a chair while they do all the work. That's sweet, but I still have to try. To say the least, I lost both battles that day. I ended up staying at Kyoko-san's house, and the next day, the men, young, well-built, handsome and cute men, I may add, couldn't resist helping, scratch that, doing everything. From sawing to nailing, to hammering, to placing. They didn't let me do anything. Apparently the young men stay in the village and take care of the woman and protect them, while the slightly aged ones goes out and trade and such. Anyways, at that point I did what I thought they wouldn't refuse. I brought them some food and refreshments. While they would take their break, I would sneak in a hard hammer bash here and there. Some guys found it cute, and I only know that because, well, what do young girls in a village where they have really nothing to do and are very bored do but gossip? Well, after that I didn't touch a hammer or nail, but I did continue to offer them water and meals. It was the least I could do to repay them for their hard work. Although I didn't like it much, I wasn't very bothered by it either. But I was definitely right about one thing: good-looking guys do make the scenery much more interesting to look at. That's nature for you. Some girls stood beside me and pretended to whisper to each other. I heard Takumi is going to ask Mia to dinner when her house is done. I heard it too. They all giggled. I guess they are all raised to giggle. I smiled before getting shoulder bumped by one of the girls. Aren't you the lucky one? She said. I really don't want to. Oh, come on, be open to new experiences. Forget about your past crushes. How would you say no? Look at him. She persuaded. She seemed more excited at the idea than me. Although, I had to admit, the guy was pretty much a hunk. Hazel eyes, smirky little smile, auburn hair, an amazing body, and he had some facial hair, small but noticeable. You're right, I admitted in defeat. How can I refuse that? Now that is to say, if he even asked me. All we have to go on is some giggly teens. True, well then we'll see, now won't we? She smiled a sly, evil smile. Orders up, I said from the kitchen. I had found myself a nice job at a sweet little restaurant. It was pretty modern and big for a little town like that. Last night I had my date with Takumi. He was the sweetest thing and such a gentleman, but then I realized that's not my type. I know, how could I turn down perfection? Probably that was the problem, he was perfect and I'm not. Either ways, we agreed to be friends. He was really understanding. However, that date did change my thinking. Now I know I'm not completely hopeless when it comes to those kind of things. It was a new experience. One which I embraced, and as I stand behind this counter, I can't help but feel overwhelmed with joy. You have another order, Andrea said. She was Kyoko's daughter. She was really sweet. I took the slip and read the order. Then began collecting all the ingredients to make that meal. I couldn't believe it. I had a job I was really good at. I was happy where I was. I felt like nothing could ruin this. After the day was done, Andrea felt compelled to mention, there's this guy who has been waiting for you all day. He brought in a lot of female customers. She was happy to mention. What guy? She asked. I don't know his name. He's not from around here. Everyone knew everyone around there. They were like one big family. So when she didn't know who he was, I figured he was an outsider, which could mean only one thing. I took my apron off and got ready to leave when I saw Hen. My eyes caught his blue eyes from within the shadowy dark of the night. Really? How did he find me here? Jace? What are you doing here? She asked, crossing my arms. Stern and firmness in my voice. He just smirked. Aren't you happy to see me? No. I replied, pulling up a chair across from Hen. He was really relaxed as he took a sip of water, but that calm changed when he sat up straight and faced me directly. Who was that guy you were with yesterday? He asked with a serious tone. He's talking about Takumi. How does he know? How long has he been here? That's what I thought, but what I managed out was jealous. I teased with a slight smile. His eyes narrowed at me. I could barely notice his bright blues peeping out from beneath his glare. Of course, he said, sounding hurt. He lounged in his chair. Of course I'm jealous. My own fiancé prefers other men to me. How else should I feel? Hold on a second, I am not your fiancé. I stated clearly. And you shouldn't be worried about my personal life. Of course I have to worry about you. Do you see what you're doing here? You obviously don't care enough about yourself to be making decisions on finding that someone. You are setting yourself and everyone here to ruin, he declared. How do you say that? You don't even know me. You don't, I retaliated, slamming my hand on the table. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know anything about me. This happiness is just a glimpse of some other's life, he interrupted. I glared at him while trying, at the same time, to calm down. It was dark at night, everyone in town was asleep by then. I didn't want to wake anyone up. We are more alike than you think. He got up to sit right next to me. He placed a hand over mine. I was quick to snatch it away. He then continued, I know this, because it has happened to us before. Us? We are alike, you see. We bear the burden that has been chosen for us. Jace, stop talking in riddles and say what you have to say. I demanded. I wake up in the middle of the night sweat-drenched, feeling an excruciating pain run through my whole body. Do you know why that is? He asked, like I know what goes on with him in the middle of the night. You got hurt and didn't take the doctor's advice. I joked. How was I supposed to know why he had pain at night? He let out a slight laugh. He gently took hold of my chin. You shouldn't be so careless in your choice of words. You might find me not being able to control myself. Control. I felt my cheeks heat up. What is his problem? Don't touch me. I slapped his hand away. That's not the right answer, he said, looking away to face the wall. Don't you ever feel your world turning against you? Like its main purpose is torture and torment you? He said in a serious tone, but he seemed like he was drifting off to somewhere. Somewhere in his own thoughts, maybe. Yeah, but I was curious as to how he knew that, but he interrupted me before I could say anything else. Destiny can be a cruel mistress to deal with, Mia, and she doesn't like to have the wool pulled over her eyes. What, Tilda? I raised a brow and my voice went slightly high. What is he saying? What did I just say? Stop talking, In riddles. I know, he smiled, turning to face me. I'm listening, but I need you to listen. He took a dramatic pause. Camden has no feelings regardless of what his ability represents. He gets moody and emotional for no real reason, and at times he can't control it. I feel a ripping physical pain stomp through my whole body, but you, my love. My eyes widened. Don't ever call me that. I scolded, cutting him off right there and then. He gave a sweet smile. You have it worst amongst all of us. He turned to look outside. People say we are given only what we can handle. I and Camden were given the curse of bearing an extraordinary ability. We are chakra manipulators. Do you know what that means? His eyes darted at me. I didn't answer, mostly because I thought it was supposed to be a rhetorical question. It means that we are capable of doing so much damage to the world than anyone would ever expect, but the abilities that come with it are there to remind us that we are mere humans. Camden's being able to sense inner heart's emotions and desires and even make people feel what he wants them to feel if he works on it. I, as you know, am capable of causing pain, and if I advance to it, even die diseases. Mia, you my dash. Don't even. I snapped. You, as you already know, are able to mentally torture a person to the edge of sanity, and your advancement would enable you to even cause them their own demise. What's your point? I asked, feeling really bored of hearing him talk. Camden, present. Me, future, and you, past. Factors that contribute to what our punishment would be for using these extra special gifts, he continued on without making any sense. I don't get it. What? Camden fails to show any real connection or feeling to anyone. It's something that has always been within. I sooner or later receive my dose of pain, and you are destined to be tormented by your past. Well, that's not very nice, I said with a certain uneasiness. Destined to be tormented by my past isn't something you just tell someone. Besides, how do I know he's telling the truth? What can you say? Destiny, she is cruel. He smirked. I get what you're saying, but explain me this. If Camden has no feelings for me, then why does he want to marry me? I wanted to know, mainly for the reason of me getting an excuse to not marry him. Like, no. That's a whole another controversy on its own, he said, laying back in his chair and drinking the rest of his water. Well? She asked, slouching in my chair while folding my arms. Aren't you going to answer me? You wanted me to explain it now, he inquired, raising a brow. No, next week. Yes, now. Okay, I can simply put it like this, but mind you, I won't say no more of it, he said. Whatever Camden has done was on the orders of Sadoya-sama. Camden is far off blood than where we stand. He is very less of the inner family blood within him. In order for him to succeed Sadoya-sama's position as head of the family, he would need to marry an Akarusa. He just wants control, he said nonchalantly. But Dash, I had so many questions. He interrupted. My love, I told you I will not answer any questions regarding the topic. If he calls me that one more time, I think it's cute. Not now. I'm sure you have the same kind of motive. How right? I added. On the contrary, I want you. Ever since I saw you in that wedding dress when we were little, I haven't been able to think of any other woman but you. Did he just call me a woman? I'm 16 for crying out loud. Yeah, Tilda, okay, whatever. I looked away from him, feeling extremely uncomfortable and annoyed. Me being a chakra manipulator is the reason why I and everyone around me will suffer. I asked, still pestering over the subject. To some extent, yes. So you're saying I'm not destined to ever be happy? That all this village, my life now, is me going against destiny and she'll get back at me? Listen, I said, to some extent. We have a natural urge to advance our chakra. That's something that has been passed down by our ancestors. So no matter how much you refuse to accept it, you're a fighter, a ninja, a warrior. Our pain and suffering is inevitable, but it doesn't mean we can't be happy. Soon this life will bore you and you'll come to your senses. You don't know what you're saying, do you? At least, I didn't understand. Did he come all this way to lecture me? Many before us had survived and lived happy lives, who's to say we can't? He concluded. But your misconception is that I can only be happy with you. No. It's the other way around. I know you'll be happy with anyone you choose, but as far as I've seen, you haven't been making the best of choices. He grinned. This guy is really getting on my nerves. And he expects me to marry him. PFF Tilda, who are you to judge? I retorted. Fine. I'll say it this way. Tell me the type you like and I'll do my best to become like that. He wants to change himself for me. He's crazy. You really want to know? He smirked and raised a brow at me. Let's see what to tell him. I don't even know the kind of guy I want. I just thought it'll happen when it happens. I think I got it. I didn't want him to change or do anything for me, for that matter. I just wondered if he would understand. I want a guy who makes me feel like water does. And how does water make you feel? He asked, looking befuddled by my reference. If you knew me even a little bit, you'd know. I pouted. You're right, but you must know that no matter what, I would do anything for you to accept me in that light. He said, nearing me. His beautiful blue eyes gazing right into my eyes. You deserve so much more than all this, he said in a soft voice. You deserve to be happy with me, like the princess you are. Princess? A princess doesn't get banned. I smiled, moving away from him. He pulled me close, bringing my eyes to meet his. We complement each other. We were made for each other. I can take all your pain away. He said, his face just inches from mine. Would you let me? He leaned in, and for some odd reason I raised my head. I was going to allow him. But just before I did, I remembered Sasuke. The way he held me, perfectly grasping me into his control. The way his lips pressed against mine. His amazing smirky smile, unique from anyone else's, and his deep onyx eyes. What am I doing? I pursed my lips and quickly turned my head away from him. Mia, what's wrong? He sounded confused, but I didn't turn to look. Don't ever do that to me again, I grumbled, tucking my head into my shoulder. An awkward silence filled the room. I've been thinking, and I can't accept your reason for not liking me is because I teased you when we were small. Teased? You call that teasing? You didn't tease me. You tried to literally, emotionally hurt me. I snapped, biting my tongue. I know I was mean, but even after admitting I'm wrong and willing to change for you, you still won't give me a chance. Maybe I'm just not ready to forgive you yet, I declared. Maybe, or maybe there's someone else you can't let go of, he said, trying to get a glimpse of my emotions. You and I both know you wanted to kiss me, he continued, but someone was holding you back. Who? The guy from yesterday. No, it can't be him. You both agreed to be friends, right? Stalker. There wouldn't be much left of him, even if you did like him. Jace. I snapped, turning my head to face him. You better not lay a hand on him. But it's not him, is it? Then who? He seemed like he was pretending to wonder. He probably already had someone in mind. The Uchiha. He finally said. I lowered my head at the mention of the name. I didn't want my face to hint anything. Even if I only accepted Sasuke as a friend, I still have strong feelings for him. It's the Uchiha, isn't it? He confirmed himself. I didn't reply. I sat there quietly, avoiding any and all possible eye contact. It was just a reaction, which made me look more suspicious, but I couldn't accept Jace like that without being pulled by something else. What happened between you and the Uchiha? He spat, trying to control the anger which was evident in his voice. I didn't say anything. Mia, answer me. His anger seemed to escalate with every word he spoke. Whatever the situation, he continued after taking a deep breath, he has no right over you. He paused, waiting for me to react. When I didn't, he continued, but did the same with the rest of his investigation sentences. Your body. He was more like asking than stating. He paused. Or your lips. I didn't mean to, but my shoulders shrugged slightly. Your lips. He was quiet for a while. So he kissed you? I didn't reply. Do you know why Nakarusa isn't allowed to marry a member of the outer family? No, and I don't care. I wasn't about to indulge in another conversation with him. He was getting way too annoying. He will be the cause of all the pain and suffering you'll have to face, Mia, he stated. And I won't be here to watch you choose this way. He got up from his chair, not even looking at me. Who's asking you to, anyway? There's nothing you can do, I said plainly. I know, but I can do something to change that, he declared before storming out. I laid my head back on my pillow. This is probably the worst time of the day, I thought. Night, where I'd laid down on my bed, alone in the house. Alone with my thoughts. Well, my thoughts and the beastly thing in my head that keeps butting in. Seems like he's changed quite a bit from the last time we met him, she noted. The ceiling was the most interesting thing to watch at that moment. My feelings had mellowed down by the time I got home. I was barely bothered now about the talk I had earlier with Jace. I guess, but he still tried to kiss me again. Did you want to? He is quite the young man. Again, the things that involve me getting annoyed are the things that seem to interest her most. I didn't. Or couldn't, she added. What do you mean? I questioned, my eyes narrowed. This kind of feeling runs through your family. What feeling? I wasn't in the mood to think about anything deep or insightful then. That moral feeling. Even if you weren't raised by them. This is something that is natural to you, she stated. What are you talking about? I couldn't wrap my mind around anything she was saying. Maybe I was too tired to think at all. But something came to me, and you're the one who said that I have no shame. Yes, but this is completely different from what you did a week ago. How so? This is about you, which is something you take more seriously. And what are you trying to say? I mimicked her emphasis. You feel that, in fact, Sasuke has a right to you, that you can't and won't allow anyone to take that right away. You know I've been thinking of ways to get rid of you and you finally convinced me to do it. I was getting really agitated by what she was saying because I knew exactly where she was going with it. Oh please Tilda, if you truly want to get rid of me. I'll just sleep for another decade and wait for the next interesting Akarusa to come along. I'm serious. I have an idea on how you could live outside my body and away from my thoughts. I intrigued. You can't do that. She wasn't convinced, but I could tell she was interested. Maybe Tilda and maybe not. Wait. Why are you avoiding the topic? What topic? The Sasuke topic. We were still on that. Besides, I wasn't avoiding anything. I was just saying that it gets pretty crowded in here. I know you were thinking of Sasuke when you refused Jace. She said, like it was some big mystery. Of course, you knew. Do you find him attractive? Who, Jace? No, Sasuke. I already know you're attracted to Jace. Yeah, but it's mostly his eyes. Sasuke, I bit my lip. Generally and naturally, he has that trait of attraction. So you admit he's good looking. When did I ever say he's not? Then, what's your problem? I don't have a problem. Indeed, you do. Why don't you just admit that you love him then? I do love him, but as a friend. I said oh so calmly, which got her pretty angry. You're doing it again. What? I defended. Refusing to accept your feeling. She seemed to get more and more frustrated. That kinda made me happy though. I am accepting my feelings. Ooh. I think I know what you mean. So let me clear things out for you. I sat up, legs crossed on my bed and just stared at the patterns on the sheets. Generally Sasuke is attractive, but that's a general overall look and feeling to girls, including me. I admitted. I took a little while to continue. I know better, we can only be friends because, well, I find Sasuke too innocent to portray the feelings that Jace was supposedly demonstrating. Innocence? Do you not remember what he did? How that made you feel? That was anything but innocent. The feeling was my own. Besides, I never said he wasn't manipulative. In fact, I believe he is fully capable of going to any length to get what he wants. Feelings like love and lust have no place with Sasuke and are completely foreign to him. Aha, she raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Well, whenever a girl approached him in a flirty way, he'd ignore or be plain out disgusted by it. He just doesn't want to show it. Nah, it's just that he's innocent. Mia, he is a guy. So, guys aren't innocent. Maybe not the guys you ever known. In which case, now I understand why you're so demented. Oh, forget it. Hey, do you think Jace is going to try something? His parting words did sound kind of threatening. We'll have to see. I can't tell you what's going on in his head. I just thought I'd ask because a moment ago you indirectly claimed to know what goes on in all guys' minds. Are you trying to throw that back in my face? Yeah, sorta. Well then. I'm so proud of you. You're really catching on. You're despicable. You know that. You don't praise me for something like that. What was the plan you were saying earlier about removing me from your head? Why the sudden interest? It's just because I was thinking. You're getting older, and I don't want to be here to experience all life throws at you. What do you mean by that? You know very well what I mean. Nope. Besides, I thought you were in it for the long run. Not if there's a way out. Well, I don't like discussing my plans. You might jinx it. That reminds me, when are you going to think of a plan for Sasuke's brother? What's with all the sudden interest? I was getting a little falsely suspicious. Like, what can she do or say that would make a difference to anyone else but me? I'm the only one who can see or hear her. Because I'm gonna have to face it with you, so spill. I've already thought of a plan. When? It's already being put in motion as we speak. You're really getting on my nerves. How is it you're able to make plans in your head without me knowing anything about it? Simple, you go to sleep. Now. But if she tried to interrupt, but I beat her to it. Please don't talk anymore. I have to hit the hay. Gotta wake up bright and early. Tomorrow's another day, you know. Wait, Good night. Whatever your name is. I lay down on the bed, getting comfy, rested my head on the pillow and shut my eyes, waiting for sleep to overtake me. My name's Shion. Shione. I smiled as she had finally told me her name. Good night, Shione-chan. I went back to relaxing myself on my soft pillow and prepared to drift off to dreamland. I can't believe they do this every month. I pondered. People fish, Mia, it isn't that big of a deal. I know people fish, but to cross a terrain like this. Just to go fishing, it's kinda risky, don't you think? No one asked you to go along. You volunteered, remember? I just wanted to see if I could fish. I defended, keeping close to the wall next to me. And how is that working out for YA? Not good, I guess. I admitted. Basically, my whole experience at fishing was a terrible wreck, to exaggerate a little. The worst part, though, was the horrible, terrible stench. I mean, really, I stunk like a sweaty, hairy, fishy man in July. No offense to the guys up ahead, of course, but at least they had something to show for their hard work and sweat. I, on the other hand, have this, a dainty little sardine. Though, in my defense, the little guy put up quite a fight. But alas, no one would give any recognition to the small guy. I know how you feel, buddy. I thought, bringing the fish up at least 7 inches from my face. Are you talking to your pipsqueak fish? She commented. I found her remark offensive and as so, didn't deserve a response. The 2 guys and 1 old man hauled their, beyond full, carts of huge trots in front me. I might have been able to do a better job if someone at least given me some instructions beforehand. Something like, don't stand up in a boat because you might fall in the water and get soaking wet, don't swing the rod back and forth because you might whack someone with it, don't be completely disgusted by wiggly little worms, bait, because you might fall on your butt and spill them all out into the water. Actually, the last one was the reason why we had so many fish in the first place, so majority of the fish eyes they have are actually because of me. You're welcome. The fishing ground was only 30 minutes from the village, but a dangerous journey at that. Taking a few careful steps before the ground suddenly started to shake. A violent tremble that lasted mere seconds. Mia, are you all right? Daikai yelled from up ahead. He was the one leading us back to the village. Yeah, I'm fine. I yelled, clutching onto the stone wall. Are all of you okay? Just. Yeah, Daikai and Kin said in unison. What about you, San? I had to ask. The old man was pulling on the cart by himself. He looked very much in his 70s or late 60s. I didn't know why he would agree to come to do this. Fine, child. He said with a sweet smile. Kin, would you bring her up to the front? He requested. Yes, Kin did as instructed. I slid my way past Kin, then Yusan and then Daikai. Now, I was in the lead. It was almost evening as we were making our way back to the village. I, myself, couldn't believe I spent the whole morning and afternoon in fishing. Do you mind me asking why? I said to Yusan, without turning back. Child, if anything of similar occurrence happens again, at least there will be someone to assist you. No one would be able to reach you from where you were before. He explained. "You-san, no disrespect," I began, "but I have been trained as a ninja. I'm pretty capable of taking care of myself." "Of course you are, dear," he replied as if I were joking. It wasn't just him who took my ninja skills lightly, it was the whole village, which was kinda offensive if you look at it. Still, that tremble really shook me up. Over the edge was a never-ending steep pit, one wrong move and... I wish Ajiro were here. "Why did you leave her behind then?" "I was worried she'd eat all the fish." "She eats fish?" "Actually, I have no idea what she eats, I just figured." "You're the worst pet owner ever." "At least she's low maintenance." I shrugged sheepishly at the thought. Again, worst pet owner dash Shinny's thought was cut short when... "Mia, watch out." Everything happened so fast, the big boulder tumbling down, me reacting by initiating a jutsu, Daikai interrupting me and tackled me to the ground, hovering over me to guard me against the rubble that came down with it. Along with all that, all I could notice were his muffled cries and the way he winced at the pain. After all of it was over and the terrain enveloped a silent echo, we got up to look at the damage. The boulder left a gaping hole in the path, leaving Yusan and Kin on the opposite side. Other damages included Daikai losing his cart and all its contents, excluding a few fish that were scattered on the ground to the pit, and a hairline fracture on Daichi's leg, which was the result of saving me. "I'll get you fixed up in no time," I reassured him, placing my hands over his leg. He nodded at me with a grin. He didn't want to show it, but I could tell he was in severe pain. I didn't even bring my medical supplies with me. "You two okay?" Kin yelled from the other side. I turned my head to face their direction. "Sorta, Daikai has a small fracture. He'll be okay though," I replied, then turned back to Daikai. "You'll be okay." When we finally got to the village, knowing everyone was fine, I ran towards my house and headed straight to my bathroom, tossing all my clothes on the bedroom floor. I turned the tap and soothing water sprayed out of the shower. It felt so good to get cleaned. I was nearly done when I suddenly heard something coming from outside my room. Placing a towel securely around my body, I stepped outside. I immediately sensed a decent amount of chakra coming from my living room. I took my kunai from out of my drawer, held it with a firm and steady grip in front of me. Slowly turning the bedroom doorknob. Taking slow, steady breaths, I peeked outside. "Mia, are you done?" Andrea popped right in front of me, startling me for that split second. I had lost the chakra that I had sensed. It just disappeared. "Sheesh, Andrea, you should really knock before entering someone's home. We don't do that here," she said, casually entering into my bedroom. "By the way, what were you planning to do with that thing?" she asked, referring to the kunai at hand. I thought you were a burglar," I half-lied. "You should have expected me to come. You're the one who called me over to help you get ready," she stated, placing her things on the bed. "Yeah, I guess I wasn't thinking straight," I said, putting my kunai back in the drawer. "Give me a sec while I get dressed, okay? Make it quick, there's only a few minutes left before the festival starts." All around me vibrant, beautiful lights lit the street. Stalls and people crowded the roads. Everyone seemed so happy, enjoying themselves. There were games, traditional music and most important, food. I was famished. All I dealt with the whole day was fish, and that even didn't include eating any. I walked through the street, greeting so many people along it. My first stop was food, then games, then food. I met up with Andrea and Kiki. They were talking to two of the guys, a bit away from the stalls and the overall festival, which compelled me to interrupt their little love fest, just for the sake of it. "Hey," I greeted, stuffing some tempura fish in my mouth. You would think I wouldn't go near a fish after the day I had, but no, fish is yum. "Hey, Mia." Takumi greeted back, grinning. "What's CHA been up to?" Yoshido asked. He had been out of the village for more than a week on some journey. Something I had to remember to ask him about later. I couldn't answer that very moment because I was still chewing my food. Enjoying the, food. Kiki noted my plate. The plate that was mounted with delicious, mouth-watering, scrumptious food. "Leave some for the rest of us," Andrea joked, cocking a brow at my appetite. I took in a big gulp. "Nope, not going to happen. It's too yummy." He responded kindly, taking another bite. Well, we better get some food for ourselves before it finishes, Andrea said, taking off back to the festival. We'll meet back here, Kay, Takumi added. They all nodded and to my surprise went separate ways. So I just stood there, leaning against a tree and taking in the festival vibe, its atmosphere. Nothing brought a bigger smile on my face than seeing children and grown-ups alike just having a good time. The joy they felt, it was like I could feel it too. This is great, I thought, finally finishing my whole plate. We should do this every month. I suddenly felt a pinch. Something sharp and pointed was being stressed on my back. Turn slowly and no one gets hurt, a voice whispered from behind the tree. I didn't know who it was, but at that point it seemed better to oblige. When we were finally away from sight, he revealed himself. Animal mask, tattoo on his arm, Anbu. The odd thing was I didn't recognize his chakra. Another Anbu appeared, his chakra matched the one I sensed back at my house. You? I spat. What were you doing in my house? Better question, how did you two find me? I glared at both in anger. Danzo-sama has a mission for you. One with the panda mask spoke. In case you didn't get the memo, I quit that life, I stated. They both broke out into bitter laughter. Do you actually think you could just quit? The one with the bird mask said, raising a sword to my throat. A grin pulled to my face. Who do you lame newbie and wannabes think you're dealing with? I said, appearing right behind the one that supposedly had me pinned to a tree. Genjutsu, fabulous little ability to have really. I smirked. Now get out before I have to make you. I warned. Maybe you didn't hear me clearly, let me rephrase that. I said there's no way out, and if you don't come with us, we'll burn your little safe haven and everyone in it to the ground. He threatened, demonstrating by using a fire-based element jutsu. Big deal. I rolled my eyes at his attempt to threaten and scare me. That all you got? This will be quick, I said calmly, preparing myself for battle. The chakra level didn't impress me. Mia, the you dash. I turned my head towards Daichi's voice. Ah! I shrieked. In that split second, I could feel my skin rip at my wrist. The bird-masked Anbu jabbed through it with a strange shaped thin dagger. You won't come, huh? Wheel, let's see if we can change that. He whispered to me, twisting the blade at the spot. Daikai, I stammered, go. I yelled as he shifted the blade's position again. Get away. Run. I shouted and yelled, but instead he did the exact opposite. He was coming to help me. Don't. Let her G-dash was all he managed to say before blood spurted out of his mouth. He slammed to the ground. No. I gasped. My breath became heavy. I was heaving for air. My heart. The pain. The tears. All rushed back like a wave crashing against mighty rocks. Let me go. Let me go. I said frantically, almost madly. Well, he said. I'll do it, I'll come with you. Just let me help him. I begged. Fine. The other agreed. An agonizing pain rushed from that spot as he pulled his blade out, but it might have been the adrenaline because that was last of my worries. I kneeled to his side, placing my hands to his wound. First that boulder, then this. You'll be fine, Daikai. Just stay with me. Just listen to my voice. I said softly. It took a few minutes before I could feel he was healing. You'll be okay, I reassured. I took a sigh of relief and glanced to the ambus. I guess I have to say goodbye now. I am so happy to have met you and everyone here, I said in a low but cheery tone. I stopped to concentrate on changing my chakra flow, but I am going to have to leave and I will not be able to come back. My arm still dripped blood and he noticed this. Mia. Don't talk, you'll just waste your energy, I advised, stroking his hair out of his face. You don't know how thankful I am for the kindness you all showed me. It's something I will never forget. Tell everyone I said bye, okay? I concluded, bringing a smile to my face. His eyes half-lidded, he was weak. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and got up to leave. He'll be fine now. He pulled at my arm and slid something into my hands. It was a ribbon, the same ribbon from that little chocolate box he bought me. Immediately, but gently, enfolded my arms around him. I felt so grateful to have stumbled upon this place, even if I wasn't able to stay long. I got to my feet, wanting to take Daikai back to the village, but I knew that wasn't an option. Soon, he'll be healed. Someone will come looking for him. I tried reassuring myself, convincing myself. But it was evident that I felt guilty for just leaving him there. That guilt poured a sour taste for the two that waited for me to join them. Let's dash, my words were cut off as I felt a horrible throbbing in my head. My vision started to go fuzzy. Then everything faded to dark. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself in a dim-lit room. I squirmed on the floor. Floor? My face was pressed against the cold cemented ground. My hands tied behind my back and my legs tied together, preventing me from getting up. Good, you're awake. His familiar voice echoed in the room. A blade slapped in front of me. Do we kill her now, Lord Danzo? That same Anbu member spoke. No. I didn't bring her back to kill her. On the contrary, I have a proposition for her. One that, if she does properly, she won't have to associate herself with us any longer. He declared, approaching me from the shadows. You can't be serious. Are you actually going to go through with this? Me, are you even listening to me? Yes, Tilda, I replied, barely paying attention. My mind was more focused on the names of shinobi in Konoha and what their current mission status. I scanned through the many names listed, ignoring most, until I came across the ones I was looking for. Found it. Team Eiji, active, Land of Keys, package delivery. Nara Shikamaru, active. Team Kakashi, active. Hatake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura. Sai. I skimmed through the rest of the list. I needed to know who's off duty and who's here in Konoha. My eyes fell on something very peculiar. Ayumi, active, Fire Country, information transfer. The strange part wasn't her mission, but the date she left. She hasn't been back here for over a month. Why do you think that is? I asked, trying to wrap my head around the possibilities myself. None of which were good. I thought of the worst scenarios. When I couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer. Shini-chan. Answer me. I whined, getting seriously frustrated that I couldn't or didn't want to accept what the answer might be. Why, she retorted, you weren't paying any attention to what I had to say. You know he won't really let you off, right? A voice began from the dark hall. Aika came into view. She sat on the cold floor next to me. I kind of figured as much. I admitted, flipping through the pages. That's all your stuff over there? She inquired, looking over to my side. Yeah, my kidnappers had the courtesy of packing my things for me, I said, still going through a few details of the list. My things included my clothes, my Anbu attire, and the rest of my stuff. They gave me a thick, brown briefcase with herbs and supplies, everything I would need for the mission. And this? Is it asleep? She asked, petting Ajira, who lay peacefully on my lap. Ajira. I'm kinda, she's been tranquilized. I gave a sheepish grin. The worst pet owner ever. Shini felt the need to comment. They did do that to her. Aika asked, a hint of worry in her voice. No, I did. Again with the grin. I'm not even going to ask. She said, shaking her head. I didn't mind, I was too preoccupied in wondering what was going on there in Konoha. Ayumi has been missing and I wonder if anyone had noticed. I was going to ask when I noticed something else on the list. Almost all the shinobi seemed to be on some sort of mission, but the file failed to mention what kind. I was going to ask Aika, but they are all gone. She added, staring blankly at the wall in front of us. What do you mean? I asked, turning my head to her. Her face looked kind of tense as her eyebrows were furrowed together. You don't know? She said, still glaring at the wall. Know what? About the war. War? What war? Like, really? I leave and an even bigger chaos occurs. Jace was right. Destiny is cruel. It was minor, but had quite a big impact. She added. Wake, go back, explain, please. I was befuddled by it all, but that didn't seem to matter to her. She explained in the least sentences possible. Pain, the Akatsuki leader, is dead. Almost everyone has come back from it, and Naruto, the hero, should be on his way too. She spoke so blankly. So, a war breaks out while I'm gone. I nodded. Figures, I rolled my eyes. All the good stuff happens when I'm not here, I commented, stretching out my legs in front of me. Danzo has requested me to help you. Do you need anything? She asked. Aika had no respect left for the man. She didn't care to address him properly, even if he would be standing right there in front of her. Danzo wouldn't have any say in it either. Aika's too much of an asset to lose. I am so glad you asked. I grinned, then using the file as a hand extension, waving it around as I spoke. I explained to her what I needed her to do. It was complex and slightly difficult, but I was sure she could manage. This would be much easier and quicker if I just kill someone. She said in a blank tone, getting to her feet. What is up with her and killing? No. I said firmly. This technique is very chakra-consuming. I won't be able to help you further if I perform it. She explained, taking the file from my hand and going through it. In that case, make sure you get the clothes first, then move on to the next task. Meet me back on the Hokage monument before sunset. She sighed. You're actually going through with it, aren't you? She asked. Her voice sounded soft and probably disappointed. She handed the file back to me and tied up her bun. Her hair was a bit messy. Aika, I don't know how to explain this to you, but rest assured I am doing this for a whole bigger reason. One we all will benefit from. I tried removing the doubts that were sneaking into her head. Fine, she concluded and walked off. I hope Shinoi doesn't overdo the body design. I didn't plan to do much for the rest of the day. I sat on the top of Hokage Monument, just watching the villagers go on with their lives. Part of me felt bad and sorry for the way I felt about them. They looked so peace-loving and kind to one another, but my hate was only directed to those who asked for it. Still, I couldn't ever again accept this place as my own. I kept a strict sense over my surrounding. Naruto looked really happy earlier. He deserves it. I thought and was glad that the people had found peace with him. And in being able to accept them, after all they did to him, that makes him a bigger and better person than I would ever be. However, on the other hand, he had no idea how far his loving village was able to go to protect this tranquility. But I do. I know the sacrifices people had to make for this place. I know the suffering of those who did, without expecting anything in return. But I would never fall into that category. I never wanted to. A crinkling fresh fell to my side, cutting into my thoughts. Done, Shimi-chan called out behind me. She had auburn short, cute hair. She was taller and much more curvier than me. She had big sky blue round eyes, but still managed to look mature. She wore a peach green kimono. She had that perfect cute sass face. She overdid it. Why are you prettier than me? Not fair, I pouted, pretending to be jealous of her new look. I shrugged. At least I got a new punching bag, I jerked. Jealous, her. She smiled, looking really confident. Not really, getting a body is probably the biggest mistake of your life. I said, leaning back and using my hands as support. What do you mean? Maybe it was me, but her voice sounded a little shaky. You'll see. Now, tell me, where's Aika? She did say that this jutsu is very chakra-consuming, so where do you think she is? She spat. She was most likely upset that I didn't explain it to her. Hope she feels better soon. She's not sick. I know, and I know the feeling of exhaustion overtaking you. I said, searching through the bag of clothes. Azura, who had finally woken up, cautiously poked her nose inside as well. This is perfect, I added. Looking up, I noticed Shinny hadn't sat down yet. Are you going to stand there all day? She made angry pouty face. I can't sit, she mumbled. And why not? I raised a brow in wonder. I haven't gotten used to it yet. She admitted. I guess I'll have to teach you, huh? Guess so. If you can't sit, that means you can't run either. I nodded, and that means. No, she shook her head. Well, this means I'll have to leave you behind then if we get caught, I jerked. You'll do what? She snapped. Like I would really leave her behind. I'm gonna have to put the plan in action soon. I need to get ready. I got up and went to prepare myself for the night's event. She wondered. You're going to stay here in Konoha. Aika will help you with whatever you need. You can stay at my apartment while you're here, I said, waving goodbye before running off. I can't get her into this. There's way too much at stake. Couple hours had passed before I got that grumble-tumble noise coming from my stomach. I hate missions. They always interfere with my meal timings. I threw my hood over my head and casually walked over to the only decent place in the village. I was cautious not to speak, in fear Tucha-san might recognize my voice and that wouldn't be good. To my surprise, it was I am taking over tonight's shift. What would you have? She asked politely, placing a menu in front of me. I hadn't talked to her much, but she had been around whenever I went to eat there, so instead, I simply pointed to what I wanted. Will that be all? I nodded, and as soon as I did, she went into the back to place my order. In the meantime, it looked like I was about to have some company. Naruto and practically everyone I knew came to celebrate a meal there. Oh, Naruto. Chen greeted. As a special gift, tonight's dinner is on the house, she added. Everyone in Konoha seemed super grateful for what Naruto did. Which brought me to think, how tense was the battle there? Everyone cheered, especially Naruto. I was surrounded by the people I held close to my heart. Though I never felt more distant than I did then. Sitting there taking in my noodles while everyone laughed and jerked around, having a great time. I don't think I ever felt more alone or left out. Hey. Naruto popped his head in front of me, startling me so much I almost fell back. Oh no. I pulled my hood right over my face, scrambled to take out what I owed, placed it on the counter, and scurried out. What he thought or what he saw was something I pondered on for a while as I sat at the alley side of Tsunade-sama's house window pane. I would occasionally peek inside to see whether Shizune-san had left the room or not. I couldn't have her there because according to the mission, I wasn't supposed to get caught. When I noticed she hadn't moved from that spot next to the Hokage, I silently sat back on the tiled covering that stretched all around the house. This thing is hot. I can't breathe in it. I complained in my head as I took the mask off my face to meet the cool night air. Much better. I relaxed, taking in a deep, calming breath. Looking to my side, I realized I was probably the biggest idiot ninja in the world. To a mission, I brought not only my cutesy pet, but all my other belongings sat beside me too. I stuffed all the supplies given to me by the Anbu in that bag. Everything I need for the worst getaway. The two things at hand were a Jira and a syringe. A syringe with a solution I cooked up in all the time I had today to give to the Hokage. Time passed slowly. I didn't know how long I was sitting there, but as expected, Shizune-san had to leave Tsunade-sama's side at some point. Here's my chance. I cautiously stepped over the pane and entered her room. I neared her. Releasing the needle from the cap, I lowered the syringe down to her forearm. Okay, here it goes. It's too late to back out now. Remember why you're doing this. I took in a long, deep breath. The needle delicately pierced into her skin. Her fragile state made me want to rethink all this, to stop at that instant, but I couldn't. The formula poured on into her bloodstream. She looked so aged, not how I was used to seeing her. It's a disguise to hide behind. To be someone else behind someone else. I guess all ninjas use it. She used it to hide behind her more younger self. Maybe at that age she felt more empowered than she does now, being locked up in that office day in and day out. She probably had more reason to live back then, more purpose. Looking down at my lap, every time I was with her, I wanted her to believe what she wanted all of us to believe. This form shows weakness and vulnerability. Something she's not. Who are you? My head snapped to gaze up at Shizune-san glaring at me. Not good. Naruto? Tilda, I groaned. My stomach felt like it was about to burst. I hope I don't throw up on Akamaru. Naruto-kun. I could hear Hinata say, sounding worried. I was going to answer her when Sakura-chan began to speak. "We told you not to eat so much." Sakura-chan scolded. "Now look at you. You're crushing Akamaru." I was laying belly down on Akamaru's back ever since we left Ichiraku's. I was too tired and felt too heavy to walk. "That reminds me," Kiba began. I couldn't face any of them. My face had only the stupid view of walls and the street. "Naruto, try walking. Even Akamaru has a weight limit." "I can't," I whined, shaking my arms around. "Stop." We heard a cry. I turned my head and lifted it towards the voice. In that minute Akamaru and everyone ran towards where we heard the shout. Akamaru went in such a rush that he knocked me off. I grabbed onto his tail and he began dragging me. "Go!" Shizune-san shouted. From Granny Tsunade's window, she pointed in a direction. "Go, catch her. Hurry. She's injected something into Tsunade-sama." "What?" I immediately got my second wind. "Oi! Slowpokes, what are you all waiting for?" I shouted from ahead of them. The culprit wasn't far ahead of me. She wasn't quick at all. It was like she wanted me to catch up to her. Just as we neared the gate, she stopped. My speed slowed down too before coming to a complete end. It didn't take long for Hinata, Sakura-chan and Kiba to catch up to us. At which point, she slowly turned around to face us. Her hood shadowed her face, but she stood firm. "Weirdo. What is she up to?" From within her cloak, she grabbed onto something, soon revealing 2 daggers. She tossed the blades on the ground and kicked it towards us. "We should attack," Kiba suggested. "I don't think she wants to fight." Sakura nodded. "Yeah, it looks like she's giving up." I agreed. She must have heard of me and she figured she didn't stand a chance. She swung her carry-on bag to the front of her and dug through it, taking out what I thought was a stuffed animal. It turned out it was real. Clutching onto the animal in her arms. "I've never seen an animal like that, you," Kiba said, squinting his eyes to get a better view through the dark and because of how far she was standing. After that she didn't do anything. Didn't say a word. Didn't even move. So is she going to surrender or what? Then she whispered something to the animal and it jumped to the floor. Within her concealed cloak we could tell she was moving her hands. "She's preparing to attack," Hinata warned. Her Byakugan was active. "Everyone get ready," Sakura-chan commanded. "We don't know what she's going to pull, so stay on guard," Kiba added. "It better not be another form of surrender." Poof, just like that she had made herself 4 shadow clones. This was her plan. "Easy," I muttered. Charging full force. The guys joined me, each taking on their own clone. The clones had good dodging speed and I had my punches flowing. One after the other. As the fight went on, I noticed that these clones weren't attacking back. Every time one of us were on the verge of defeating one completely, they'd create another clone to take their place. I was already fighting this girl for the 5th time. One more blow, I thought, but just before my hit landed, there came another clone. I panted harshly with every punch. This girl doesn't give up. Sweat trickled down my temple and practically everywhere else. We have to get this over with. It looked like I wasn't the only one who thought that. Sakura-chan went into overdrive. She knocked the clones out second after second, but they just kept coming. Never more than 4 at one time. "We need to do something, guys," I said, calling out to my friends, hoping they would hear me between their attacks. As I still fought, I noticed Hinata defeated another clone. She swiftly made her way to the center. "Everyone down," she said, before performing a number of hand signs. Her Byakugan activated. Circles of light swirled around her, making everything there shake, and with one blast they were gone. I blinked notably before realizing what had just happened. "Now's our chance. Everyone follow my lead," I shouted. Hinata was too drained from her attack, so she sat this out. Shadow clone technique. I surrounded the real girl with my shadow clones. Attack. We all charged towards the girl. Inches before my clones and my attack was about to hit, we dispersed, leaving Sakura-chan to knock her to the ground. Kiba got a hold of her from behind. Akamaru pulled her cloak back, tearing it off of her. The girl wore a mask like Kakashi-sensei's. Her eyes were traced by black, all her hair tied back. Getting a good look at her, a strange familiarity about the only thing clearly distinctive of her. Her eyes. She has to be. I neared her. Anger shot through her eyes. Lifting my hand up in a fist, ready to punch. Her eyes widened and furrowed together. She turned her head away, realizing my next move. Naruto, don't. Please. Her voice, soft, low, but familiar. Mia. I said, certain it was her. Pulling her mask down from her face, her eyes turned, looking straight at me. Azura, now. She said in monotone. That animal of hers grew from the size of my hand to something much more larger and menacing. Sharp teeth grinned out of the jaws. Silver small slits for eyes pierced through the air, glaring at everyone. Her fur spiked into knives. Akamaru growled at the animal, which caused the animal to growl back. As a reaction, Akamaru whimpered away. The animal neared Mia, and Kiba seemed shaken by it. He'd back away cautiously from her. Mia rolled her shoulders, straightening out her joints. Gosh, Kiba. Did you have to hold so tightly? Was the first thing that came out of her mouth, really? I think you bruised me, she said, examining her arms. As Tilda, she groaned, she crouched and clenched over the part Sakura-chan hit. Sakura, did you have to hit so hard? She added. She shook her head, grinning and straightening up. Mia looked up to the sky. I'm definitely gonna be sore in the morning, she was thinking out loud, holding on to the spot of impact. She looked down, smiling towards all of us. Do you guys have anything to eat? She's kidding. I'm hungry too, but not at a time like this. We all were still surprised at everything that was happening, and for her to add something like that just kept me wondering. Granny Tsunade was injected with something, only Mia knew what. The person who injected whatever was Mia herself. Conclusion, everything she's done was to get us to waste time, but why? Then I remembered, it must have been Mia back at Ichiraku ramen shop. The cloaked person that ran off. How long has she been in Konoha? Hey guys, Sakura-chan rushed, interrupting my thoughts. I'm gonna go check on Tsunade-sama. Do you think you can handle things here? Sakura-chan said, about to head off towards Granny Tsunade's house. Of course you must, Hinata encouraged, looking much better. Yeah, go. Kiba agreed. We'll be fine. I assured. By Sakura, Mia's voice echoed through the night as she waved Sakura-chan goodbye. Yeah, you go take care of Tsunade-sama, she nodded. She's gonna need it, she added, a smug smile crawled to her lips. What did she do? Mia, it's not too late to end this. I said, trying to persuade her to fix whatever she did. Dear Naruto, I already did what I came here to do. She said sweetly, putting on an innocent face. You were wrong about me, she added. But still you're right dash, her words trailed off. Her hands formed different signs. It's time to end this. Earth-style, crashing waves technique. Just like that, the earth shook, rose up and then fell down on all of us. See you on the other side. Her disembodied voice said. Dust scattered everywhere. I couldn't tell up from down, Kiba from Akamaru, Hinata from a street sign. Mia. I called out. I struggled to see if she was still there, if she could still hear me. Stumbling on cracked earth beneath me, I fell to the ground. It doesn't end like this. I grumbled, my body hovering over the rocks of crumbled earth. My hands clenched into a fist. I punched the ground beneath me. I will bring you and Sasuke back. Akarusa, it's a tough name to live up to. Ryu's familiar voice began. Finding Ayumi was a top priority for me after I left Konoha. I decided to start looking from where the information transfer had been conducted, Hideyoshi Trades, Limited, yep, my uncle's business. I never felt like going back there. Too many memories. It turned out Ryu had been managing the business all these years. After waiting for him for like an hour in the sitting room, he had finally arrived and invited me into his office. Sit, Ryu-san motioned me to take up the black leather comfort chair across his desk. Ryu-san. The frame outside? I inquired. That's right, your uncle, he said with a smile. It's been years since I last saw my uncle's face. Before Ryo had arrived, I was actually there, in front of that portrait. I didn't realize how much I forgot how my uncle used to look until I saw his picture displayed in the lobby. He could have used a shave, but still handsome. So, Love Drop, what brings you here? He asked, looking through some paperwork. He's still calling me that. I shook my head slightly on how embarrassing it sounded. Ryo-san, I need your help, I said with a slight quiver in my voice. Maybe it was because of the overwhelming feeling of remembering Uncle, maybe it was because I felt uncomfortable. Whatever the reason, it went unnoticed by Ryo-san. He let out a sigh and lifted his head to face me. Mia, I'm your cousin, so again, drop the suffix, he said, then continued shifting some papers around. How much do you want? He continued, not raising his head from the stack of sheets he was reading. I didn't reply. I didn't understand what he meant by that. So I did what anyone would do, gaze around the room until he says something else. He looked up from his papers. Mia. Yeah. How much money do you want? Money? Ryo, I didn't come here to get a loan. I need you to help me, I need some information. Love Drop, this company is yours, so it wouldn't be a loan. We should wait for Naomi to come if you want to talk Health 101. How can it be related to someone like this? Coming back to the topic, Uncle left me this place. I asked in slight disbelief. It was a pretty big organization. I couldn't handle that. In his will, yes, he stated, going back to his paperwork. Uncle has a will. Everything he owns is yours. He continued. Do I have to work here? I slouched in my chair. I couldn't handle that kind of responsibility. No, that's what I'm here for. CEO, Vice President. He grinned from over a file. You just own the place, he stated. Good. I sighed, sitting back up straight. I finally placed the bag from my lap onto the floor. Then I remembered. Azura. Once I remembered my little sweetheart, I bent over from the chair and began searching in my bag frantically. She's not here. She's not here. I told her not to go anywhere. I put her in here after we left. Where is she? I mumbled to myself, turning over a pair of clothes. What are you looking for? Ryo asked. I turned my head to face him. He was hovering over his desk to see what I was doing. Azura, I simply said, then carried on searching. Azura, I heard him inquire. Yeah, you remember. I struggled, pulling a couple things out my bag. The animal I found, that kinda looked like a bunny and a cat. Her reminded. You mean the Calmine? She must have went home to Soteria. It's some land where all creatures like her live. I popped my head out of the bag, peeking at a little over the desk. They are summon beasts, why I know. Actually I don't, and what? My eyes widened and my eyebrows knit together. What? You couldn't have told me this before. What's going on here? Noemi said, entering the room. Hi, Mia. Then turning her attention to Ryo. Who was that woman earlier? She came for a job, he explained, bored. Ryo, look at me. I don't want some no talent, no experience, no skill whatsoever that will not benefit this organization to work here. Don't worry, she's gonna be my personal assistant. How much experience do you need for something like that? He said, leaning back in his chair. There is no way that type of woman is gonna work here. Got that? She scolded before adding, and if you want an assistant so bad, it will either be a male or a woman above the age of 40. She smiled at me sweetly, sitting herself on the desk. Now, Mia, what can we help you with? Before I could say anything. She wants to, he interrupted. I didn't ask you. She snapped, eyeing her brother in annoyance. Now sit there quietly like the good brother I'd like you to pretend to be. They are still at it. After all these years. When I met them back in the forest, it was an emotional and serious situation. I guess that's why they didn't act out much, but now it's only me. So they don't care what they say to each other. For some reason that made me happy because it means they're comfortable with me and they accept me. Ryu was telling me about Ojira. Her being a summoned beast, but I never summoned her. I began. She's a free beast. The Akarusa elders made a contract with them decades ago. A Kalmine is born when an Akarusa is. Only the Akarusa shinobi are given the scrolls of the contract. So, I have one too. I agreed. Yeah, but I'm guessing the contract is still with your parents according to Leiko, she said. Who's Leiko? My face fell, then I thought, wait, summoned beast talk. But Ojira doesn't talk. The owner must have died at a young age, so she didn't develop any speech. Noemi explained. Oh, that's sad, well. Okay. I said, not sure what else to say about that. Is there anything else you would like to know? She asked, snatching the paper from her brother. Ryu glared at her when she turned back to face me. A smile formed on my face. Thinking for a bit. How can I forget? Ayumi, remember? Back at the village. Her reminded. The Apuna? She inquired, looking up from the paper she snatched. Oh, she came around here a couple of days ago. Ryu interrupted again. Noemi and I turned our attention to Ryu. Really? I was relieved. Yeah, she came looking for information about her family. I told her of a man who knew all about that stuff. Family and their origin and end. He concluded. Okay, a few days ago, meaning she's alive. That's a relief. Okay then, I'll get going. I said, getting up from my seat to leave. I picked up my bag and headed out. When I was about to walk out the door, if there's anything else, Noemi added. I lingered by the door, thinking, like there was something else. Yes. I turned around, Jace mentioned this, and if I remember correctly, so did Ryu. What is it? She asked, placing a bunch of papers on her lap. Akarusas can't marry the outer family, why? I asked, clenching onto the doorknob. Both Ryu and Noemi exchanged glances. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Did I say something wrong? Is there a particular reason why you want to know? Noemi questioned. Not really. I shook my head while my shoulders shrugged slightly. Then you don't need to know. She smiled at me. It's a rumor. Ryu started. Ryu, what did I tell you? She scolded, turning to her brother and slamming the papers she had on the table. It's okay, she's a big girl, he explained Noemi. She looked really angry and he just leaned back in his chair, relaxed, then carried on. It's a rumor that has held true since anyone can remember dash. His sentence was interrupted by yelling coming from outside the office. I'll go see what it is. She said, but before leaving the room, you better keep your mouth shut, a silent threat directed at her brother. Why doesn't she want you to tell me? I asked, watching her leave the room. It's nothing. She just thinks there's something going on between you and that Uchiha. He mentioned. My head snapped back to Ryu. I couldn't understand my sudden reaction. Why would she think that? Well, Sasuke is the last person she has to worry about. I said, luring my gaze to the suddenly interesting floor. Why so? He asked. I could hear his chair squeak back up. What do you mean, because he is? Simple. Plus he's been really occupied with his own things to worry about that, taking a second's pause, then I continued, and well, so have I. I added. So nothing, his voice sounded like he was questioning what I just said. Again with the delusions. I thought to myself, knowing full well that there is absolutely nothing between me and Sasuke. Sure. Besides, he kinda hates my guts right now. I brought my head up as I gave a bright smile to my cousin. What did you do? He asked. What did you do? Noemi scolded, barging into the office. Sit. She ordered me to take the seat again. What's gotten into her? I heard a knock on the door. I turned to see, but I sensed them before they even entered. Naruto. Sakura. Ended. No, not him. Ryu-san, Noemi-san, Katsura greeted by bowing his head before entering. The rest of the team followed him in. Kakashi-sensei was absent for some reason. Why? Noemi started again, standing and looking down at me. Why what? What did I do? I retaliated. That's what I want to know. She spat. Mia, do you know what's going to happen if the elders find out? She asked, sounding very panicky. I don't think whatever I did matters to them because I don't even live in that village. I returned. Mia, you know what I mean. Now tell me what happened last night in Konohagakure. They told her. No, she must have read their chakra. That means Ryu knows too. I glanced at Ryu, then I turned back to Noemi. Oh that. I injected the Hokage with something simple. I said nonchalantly. I didn't turn to my friends. I sat there ignoring them. Not that simple, is it? Sakura began. I still didn't turn to face her. You induced Tsunade-sama into a medical coma. One, without the right antidote, she would not awaken from. What makes you think there's an antidote to begin with? I questioned Sakura. Sakura, correct. Noemi asked, facing the pink hair. Yes, from the corner of my eye I could see she nodded and taking a short-lived bow. I know what happened. Every detail actually, but I wanted to hear it from her. She motioned her hand to me. Wait, if Sakura knows that means Shizune-san knows. I wonder, can their knowledge of the situation jeopardize my plan? I turned to face Sakura. Did you tell anyone else? My eyes narrowed towards her. Still, those were not the right choice of words because it implied that she was right about an antidote. She gave a cocky smile. No, but this means there is one. She said. I turned away, angry that she caught my slip. Naruto wanted to give you the benefit of a doubt. That's why we're here. She added. Naruto, that idiot, always doing things that stopped me from feeling angry at him. Or at least when I pretended to be angry. Naruto, Sai and Katsuro, besides their entrance greetings, didn't butt in. It was probably because all the yelling Noemi was doing. I turned to face Naruto. He wasn't upset. He grinned a bright smile at me when I looked at him. Sai was doing the same, but his looked kinda awkward. Katsuro, on the other hand, was glaring, obviously very angry. Another guy who hates my guts. I looked down at my lap. There is an antidote, but I can't give it to you. I said in a low voice. But, Mia-chan. Naruto protested. Not until I complete my plan. I cut in. And what is your plan? Noemi asked, still sounding upset. I can't tell Dash. Before I could say anything further, Noemi interrupted me. Mia, enough of this. Tell us. She snapped. I was going to. Noemi, stop yelling at me. I snapped. A bit harsher than I wanted. I slumped in my chair, pouting. I would like to apologize on behalf of our Nen. We will make sure she gets a suited punishment. I turned my head to the voice. Katsura bowed and stayed like that until Noemi spoke. You will do no such thing. She hasn't done anything wrong. She declared strictly. Why is he always after my head? Katsuro's eyes widened. Forgive me, he muttered out. He bowed again. It's fine. Noemi said softly. You guys have to go back to Konoha and make sure no one else finds out about it. I declared, turning to face my friends. Mia-chan, we are dash. Naruto started but was interrupted by my very angry cousin. You still haven't told me why you're doing this. Noemi said. Love drop, just tell her or she's gonna go on and on about it until she knows. Rai supported his sister's anger. I was thinking what to do. What to say. Finally I got up from my seat and went over to where Noemi sat. I held up both her hands in mine. Noemi, you have to trust whatever I'm doing. I have thought long and hard about the results. This is something I have to do, I said in a soft voice. Why can't you tell me? Who would it hurt? She shook my hands away. Told you, Ryu commented. I glanced a glare at him before softening my look at Noemi. Fine. I let out a deep breath. For the Uchiha, his brother. Kinda for Konoha and mainly for me. I reluctantly confessed. Her eyes narrowed at me but she didn't say a word. Well, if that's it, then I have to go find Ayumi, I said. Then I turned to my friends and Katsuro. You guys should go back to Konoha and do me the favor of not revealing anything to anyone and making sure no one finds out. Mia-chan, we are going with you, Naruto declared. No, you're not. I shook my head as I swung my bag over my shoulder. I need you guys back in Konoha. Wait, I need to know where Ayumi went after this. I turned to my cousin, Ryo. Can you tell me where the man you told Ayumi to go to lives? Yeah, I'll write it down for you, he said while scribbling it down. He then handed me the piece of paper. Noemi didn't look like she wanted to talk. She didn't look at me at all. Mia-chan, it would be beneficial for you if we accompany you to find this, Ayumi, Sai advised. Yeah, we are not going anywhere without you, Naruto said. You have to come back to Konoha, Katsuro added, being very careful not to make my cousin angry again, but I knew what he meant. He wanted me to get punished for what I did. I'm going without you guys, I shouted. By Ryu. By Noemi. I waved goodbye before I dashed out of the office and then out of the building. She'll get over it, I reassured myself. They followed me as I tried my best to shake them off my tail. Making clones to confuse them showed our clone technique. My clones slowed them down, but not by much. Then I tried 2 Earth-style techniques. The Earth spiked from the ground to stop them. I tried creating a wall. Nothing. Nothing fazed them. It's Naruto, he's so stubborn. I stopped, waiting for them to catch up. It didn't take them long at all. Fine, you can come, I said in defeat. Yeah, Naruto cheered, punching the air. He's still a kid. You've finally given up, Katsuro smirked. It's a good thing too. I was getting worn out by all the dodging I had to do, Sakura complained. And Sai, well, he just stood there and smiled. I'm sure he was happy that I decided to give in. I can't believe I'm letting them tag along. This was something I had to do alone. Okay then, let's go find Ayumi. We're here. It took us 1.5 hours to get to the 18th century looking structure of a home. Along the way, Naruto was cracking up jokes like crazy. He was doing it almost constantly, which made me wonder. His behavior to my situation was odd and I couldn't help but feel that he was being happy purely for my sake. I love him to death for it, but it was still very odd. Katsuro, as expected, added his own kind of comedy to the journey. Apparently the ones he only found pleasure in humiliation directed straight at me. Though, when he wasn't giving his dumb comments, I received glares from time to time. I kinda knew what he was thinking and it probably was payback for the way my cousin humiliated him, but who cares? He's a jerk that would never learn. So, anyone gonna knock? Naruto asked, scratching his head. We would, but we couldn't find the door on the large, wooden thing. Each of us scouted the area of the house from all sides, but no luck. How are we going to ask the man who lives here anything if we can't even get to him? Sakura wondered, stroking her hand on the wooden exterior. Everyone suddenly turned towards me. Hey, how should I know? I shrugged my shoulders and gave a nervous smile. Typical, Katsuro said, glaring at me in disgust. My eyes narrowed, shooting him a glare back. He continued, I don't know why I even bothered. She's just a 2-bit ninja with no sense dash. His insult was cut short by a swift slug to the face, knocking him to the ground. Bastard! Naruto shouted, I've been hearing it all the way here. I shut up about it because she said to, but you just don't stop. My eyebrows furrowed. Naruto, calm down, I said, holding onto his clenched fist. He looked down at me. I smiled and shook my head at him. He relaxed his fingers. Katsuro got to his feet and looked away from all of us. Are you all right, Katsuro-kun? Sakura inquired, nearing him. I looked at her with half-lidded eyes. Traitor. This was probably the main reason why I didn't like being friends with girls. They would betray your trust in and for a heartbeat. Yeah, I'm fine, he assured, giving her a cheesy smile. Katsuro was well known in the village. He was young and had great leadership, strategic and management skills. Above that, he was known for his looks, mainly by the girls. To be honest, there was a point where I found him attractive, but of course that was before he started on his never-ending journey to destroy my soul from the inside out. What are we going to do then? Sai inquired, with a blank look on his face. In that instant, we heard a creaking. We all instantly shifted our heads to the sound. Can I help you? An old man asked kindly, popping his head out the wall door. We all fell silent. Taking a minute or two to recollect myself, I was the first to speak up. I walked over to the man and said, if you would be so kind as to give us a moment to offer us some information. It would be extremely appreciated. I came out with formally. He smiled, of course, come in. He said, before disappearing into his house. We all followed him in. We couldn't see a thing, at least I couldn't. It was pitch black. I had no idea where I was going or what was in front of me. I couldn't even see my own hand in front of my face, it was that dark. Have a seat, he offered. Where? My brows knitted together as I attempted to spot anything, really. I crept along the room, looking for a chair when I hit something below my knee, sending a shock to my leg and causing me to stumble down to the floor with a loud thud. Pardon the dark, I could hear the old man's voice say. The curtains flew open, blasting beautiful rays of sunlight into the room. That's when I saw it. I hit a coffee table which was situated very close to a chair. It's a delight and honor to have an Akarusa visit me. He continued. Standing straight, his hands strictly positioned over his cane. His mention of an Akarusa left my jaw ajar and my eyes wide open. I shifted my head to look at my teammates, they all looked puzzled. Turning their heads to one another and back. Before they could notice my face, which I was guessing looked guilty, I took the seat next to me. My hands, my legs, my whole body was shivering. My gaze fell on my thighs as I thought of what to say next. Akarusa. I heard Katsura gasp. What's an Akarusa? Naruto's plundered about. Lifting me head, hey guys, why don't you all take up a seat? Besides, aren't we supposed to asking about a Yumi? Her reminded. Anything to change the subject. They all ignored me and continued to stand in their confused state. What they all wiped out? Sakura inquired, her eyebrows knitted together. Heavens no, he chuckled. He pointed his cane towards me, your friend here is the living example of that. My eyes widened, wider if possible. What did he just say? He wasn't supposed to say that. I felt sweat drip through every pore on my body. I clenched onto the end of my shorts. Why did he say that? Their heads slowly turned to me. I exchanged glances with them. Naruto and Sakura just as confused, but at the same time they looked hurt. Katsura, he looked shocked, and Sai, he smiled. He wasn't with me much at all, so he wouldn't have thought this a big deal. There's a good reason why my two friends had those expressions plastered on their faces. It's because all these years, all this time I have been going around without a surname, a family name. Each time someone inquired about it, I immediately silenced myself and just plain out refused to tell. Many people I knew figured either I didn't know or it just hurt too much to say anything. Their conclusion on the matter, however, was unanimous. I was orphaned and had no family. It took a few seconds. Why didn't you tell us? Sakura began in a soft, concerned voice. I looked at Sakura, then at Naruto. He looked like he still hadn't wrapped his head around me having a family to go back to, one that exists, that are still alive. What am I going to do now? They are gonna think I'm a liar. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have caused you any trouble, the old man spoke, addressing me. No. No, I said, shaking my head and waving my hands in front of me. It's nothing, and please don't apologize to me. I'm younger than you and it doesn't seem right. Modesty, you certainly are living up to your family's name, dear. He said, pacing around the room. Did you know the reason I am here today is because of your family's kindness, bravery and generosity? I didn't know what to say. His words literally just came out of nowhere. Your family still lives in Hidden, correct? He asked, stopping behind a sofa, resting his hands again on his cane. I didn't know what to tell him. I just couldn't confirm or deny my family's location like that. Loyalty, another gallant feature of an Akarusa. I understand why you are hesitant to tell, and I am no fool who doesn't understand why your family chooses to stay secluded from us, he said in certainty. Ah. I was still left speechless. How can a person who doesn't even belong to the village claim to know so much about it? It's so they can retain those qualities, yes. They wish not their children nor they themselves to get influenced and dragged into the ills of the outside world, yes. Yes, I guess. I shrugged my shoulders up, not knowing what else to say. I wasn't even sure if that was true. And for security reasons, they wish to keep their location unknown to all but their own, yes, he said, walking over to a huge vase with fake plantation. Ah, I think so. See, this old fool knows what he's talking about, he grinned, placing one hand behind his back, the other held tightly to the cane. I hope he doesn't think that we think he's crazy, sir. No one called you and dash, I tried to say, but he cut me off before I could complete my sentence. I know, dear, let me humor myself, if I may. He added. Okay. I nodded, leaving my hands on my legs and scooting back in the chair. I didn't know what else to do, or what's really going on, for that matter. Why is he showing me so much respect? Even if my family did something for him, I haven't. I don't deserve the honor. I remember it like it were yesterday, he began after a short silence. The shinobi war broke out. Bandits, robbers, thieves pillaged war-torn towns and villages which were left helpless. They took children and women. We fought and fought, but to no avail. All seemed lost until my family saved the day. I mused in my head. The Akarusas came and saved us. They protected us, helped us rebuild, and even provided food and supplies for us. Your family is truly one of a kind, and if they must be secluded from the world to remain that way, then may they always find happiness in it, he declared with a nod. Wow, my family did all that. Hey, old man. What about unity? Peace? Bringing everyone together? Naruto began, catching my attention, causing me to turn to him. You're talking like it's better to stay far away from each other, divided, than to try and bring peace by working as one. Naruto snapped at the old man. The world is good and bad, child. The man replied calmly, peace is an illusion entertained by war. Child, peace, it's something that will never exist. He stated. Naruto seemed a little angered by what the old man was saying. People themselves are made up of good and bad. The old man continued, so how does one plan to eradicate bad, evil, darkness from the world when the real darkness lies inside oneself? You'll have to go and re-educate all of humanity, and still the traces will remain, waiting for its chance. He conveyed with calm and gentleness in his voice. Peace does not exist without war. I declared, lowering my head. They are two of the same, at extreme, but opposites. I shrugged, looking back up to face Naruto. Mia, what are you saying? He stuttered, which was reasonable because I didn't expect my sweet friend to understand the real pain of loss or what it takes to attain tranquility. What? I asked, shrugging my shoulders innocently, my hands raising to their level and shifting my position to oppose Naruto. They are short-lived, they cause emotional fluctuations, and they bring a difference in humanity, but there is one big difference. I stated. Everyone eyed me like I'd gone crazy. Peace is the mother of tranquility and love, and although pleasant, it's weak. War is the father of pain and hate, and it is very, very strong. I nodded, agreeing with myself. Mia. Sakura said. She too wouldn't even begin to comprehend what I was saying, so I continued to educate my friends on what I know to be true. In order to bring peace, one must face war. War breaks the boundaries created by man, and it unites people. I said, taking a short dramatic pause. People who have to face a common enemy. War levels the playing field, where people have no other choice but to help one another and put away any and all their differences, which brings them closer together, making them stronger. Peace cannot do that. It's selfish. Wise young lady you are. The old man praised. You know, I knew one such lad that shared the same views as you. He added. I smiled at his compliment. Though war wasn't a happy matter. Mia, you can't really believe in that. Naruto spat, looking at me in slight disbelief. See, even the old man agrees. I told Naruto, and weren't you even listening? I don't hate peace, but it's not possible unless you face war. War brings out the best in people, while with peace eventually brings selfishness and greed. Those will become a factor because people will fight to retain that peace they have obtained. Besides, who said you need peace to be happy? So you prefer war? Katsuro intervened, glaring at me like I'm the Leaf's new enemy. No, and I don't wish it on my enemies or anyone else either. Besides, peace is not something I'm really interested in. Happiness is, and it lies with being content and satisfied with life. You have to accept life to be happy. I said confidently, if someone torments and tortures you day in and day out, it doesn't mean you accept that life and stand for it, but it means you will have to struggle and sacrifice to attain the life you want. I said, turning to face everyone, one by one. I looked down at my hands for a second, then turned my head to gaze at the light from the window. People have 3 options in every situation: flee, fight, or accept. I declared indifferently. Any peace anyone wishes to obtain cannot go without facing hardships. So the more greater the hardship, like war, the more lasting and valuable peace becomes. It's something everyone would yearn for, hence it would be applied unanimously. You know what they say. I shifted my head back at them with a sweet smile. Everyone looked at me blank face. The old man was smiling. I think he liked what I had to say on the topic. Nothing in life worth having is ever easy. I stated my favorite saying. The world is corrupted, and like the old man said, people have a good and bad, so attaining peace without considering people as a factor won't make much of a difference to the world. I concluded. Everyone in the room was left silent. They are not understanding. My face dropped, dissatisfied with their reaction. I was even more upset at the thought of Naruto or anyone else not being able to understand me or wanting to stay away from me because of this view I held. Naruto, please don't hate me for having a different opinion, I begged. He looked up at me with sad eyes. I can't hate you, he confessed. He looked so down. What can I do? This is how I feel, and it's true too, so how can he deny war when he claims to strive for peace? I closed my eyes and sighed heavily. Right now, we should be asking about Ayumi, not fighting over something as irrelevant as peace and war. Excuse me, I began, while getting up from my seat. Did a young girl come here a couple of days ago? I inquired. Let me think, he said before he raised his gaze to the ceiling. She had dark blue hair, she was fair and tall. I began describing her to try and aid the man in recalling. The man started chuckling out. No dear, I didn't see any such lady. What? But one did ask about some real puzzling topics, just this morning, he said, finally taking up an empty seat. This morning? Like what? Oh, death and life. He paused. Cheating death is more of an adequate term, he told us. She asked about the shrine within your village walls. Shrine? Sakura questioned, looking as confused as I was. However, I was confused for a completely different reason. Why would she want to know anything about that place? What about it? I further asked. She wanted to know what lies inside that shrine, he said. And did you tell her? I hoped he hadn't, because that place an utter mystery to me and, as I knew, to everyone in the village. My uncle once told me that no one even talks about it. Indeed, I did, he stated. I frowned. He must have noticed my puzzled expression, I guessed. Don't worry, dear, I told her about the forbidden scrolls, but I also warned her about the seals. What seals? I spoke in a more softer voice. I'm surprised how little you know of your own home. He added, the seals that every guardian of the shrine had created to defend the scrolls and artifacts within the shrine. Each of the seals have their own special way to kill, he stated. That's not good. I stuttered. Did you tell this to that girl? Yes, I also mentioned that whosoever had dared to try, they all ended up dead while their spirits are captured and take position as guards there. Aha. I was out of words. Okay then, we all must get going. It was nice meeting you. Everyone slowly scurried out the door. I was the last to leave. While at the entrance, the man called out to me, Miya-san. Yes, I stopped and turned around to face the man. You wouldn't happen to be related to any Hyuga, would you? He questioned, narrowing his eyes. No. I shook my head. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. I thought I sensed Hyuga blood flowing in you, is all. He began chuckling. Again, but it's just this old fool's imagination. I left and heard the door shut behind me. That was strange, I mumbled to myself. Everyone was waiting for me up ahead. What did he want? Naruto asked, lifting my head up to meet his gaze. He's upset. I shouldn't have said anything back there. All he wants is peace. All he wants is a better world, but I had to go ruin it for him. Make him feel bad about wanting peace. I didn't say anything for the first few minutes. His serious expression then transformed into a goofy one. He rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Mia-chan, is everything okay? He grinned. I didn't realize I was staring at him the whole time. To lighten the awkwardness, I returned the gesture with a small smile. Turning my sweet smile into a pout, I want a hug. He looked confused, but soon after, he opened his arms up and I went over to hug him. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I said, tucking my head into his shoulder, I will always support you. I promised. It's okay. We are gonna fix the world together. I lifted my head up to face him. He gave me a closed-eye smile and continued, don't worry, I'm smart. I'll figure something out, he boasted. Same old Naruto. Don't you ever change. I back away from him. Sakura brought up a smile and so did Sai. This time his smile wasn't so weird, it looked normal, genuine even. Katsuro added with half-lidded eyes, if you think being an Akarusa changes anything dash. He tilted, the thought didn't even cross my mind. I smiled and went on ahead, blasting through the forest, the trees. Come on, slowpokes. I shouted from up in front. I could sense them nearing me, Naruto, then Katsuro, Sai, then soon Sakura. All of them following my lead. It felt good to be ahead of the squad, but there were bigger things to think about it. Hey, Mia. Where are we going? Sakura asked, tailing me. We have to get to a Yumi.